Mic check, mic.
It's out. Okay.
Who's that?
Lauren.
Oh, it's Lauren.
Yes, I hear you.
Hi, Lauren.
I hear a faint Lauren.
Rolly's coming, Rolly's coming. A good Sunday afternoon to you. Welcome in. Glad you've dialed us up on your screens. I am Rolly Hoyt here with Brooke Buckner and Chief Meteorologist Tom Brannon. Big football game set to come your way over on the big channel, the broadcast channel.
Yep.
So we're getting set to have a fun afternoon as we keep track of all this cold weather.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hold on just a second.
What are you doing?
Where are you going? We
fixing
just
your
got this
chair?
thing started.
I feel short.
Now we're going to be in an arms race all day.
Yeah.
That's better. I feel eye level now.
Oh, good.
Do you feel better about the forecast now that we're through all the fun stuff? I guess?
Goodness. Well, you've got the melt and the refreeze you're going to get through over the next several days. I mean, there's some good news. I mean, we're getting some rays of sunshine. It has stopped precipitating. That's the best news. Lots of folks out on the roads trying to get around, and there's some encouragement there from North Little Rock. I saw some snow plows plowing 67, 167.
Good news. Yeah.
That's good news. But I got to say that this is a little different to drive in. My little Highlander, which is an all-wheel drive, was fishtailing all over the place. You have to be very careful out there.
It's slippery. Rolly was a good Samaritan today.
Yeah, I want to talk about that.
He helped a nice woman get unstuck.
She had gotten stuck, and part of the problem with this snow is it's covered with this layer of sleet or ice in some places, and it's really, really hard.
Yeah.
And so sometimes you might, if you've got any experience, you think you might be able to get some traction in it. But this person had front-wheel drive and tires that
Just kept on spinning.
weren't built for it. So we did what we could to get them going. I'm sure there's other people doing the same thing as we go throughout this day.
So I guess the question is, what are we doing here for the next 4 hours?
Keeping folks tabs, keeping folks warm, have a nice place to chat. There's going to be a lot of school cancellations already coming in, so as we get those, we'll pass them along. We'll do that for you in a little bit. But let's start off here by looking at some of those school closures. The big ones are in. There's a couple of spots where we just haven't heard from them yet, but you see Little Rock, that's usually the one that's going to call the tune for a lot of the state. Conway, which was ground zero for a lot of snow these last couple of days. Jacksonville, North Pulaski, Pine Bluff, Searcy, and Brooke, you were saying?
Pottsville.
Pottsville, you get a call from those
Yes.
coming in. Our T311 digital team is keeping our website updated as all of these closure announcements come in. And you know what? We've noticed that these are coming in now. We're not getting the calls like we used to when we were kids.
Yeah.
And even Brooke was a kid.
Yeah. Things have changed.
The part where you wait all day to see if you're, or all morning, see if Tom Brannon was going to tell you whether or not school was out.
Yeah, we used to have a scroll at the bottom.
I remember those days, yeah.
Over at the airport, things are very quiet, as you might imagine. The Clinton National website lists 45 canceled flights for today. A handful of delayed arrivals are due this afternoon, and then about a dozen arrivals from major carriers still scheduled tonight. But only a handful of flights are still on the board to leave from LIT this evening. And if you booked on Southwest, you probably know already, they scrubbed all of their departures today. So check your specific airline before you head out.
And we're getting a lot of damage reports. Check out this. This was at Murphy USA gas station in Benton. The roof completely collapsed under the weight of the ice and the snow, and we've seen that fall all weekend. Thankfully, we haven't heard of any injuries from this incident, but the damage will definitely take a while to clean up. We'll check in live with our crew in Benton coming up a little later on in this stream. But for now, Tom, what is the latest out there? It's done falling, right?
I'm looking at the camera shot that we have, our iDrive camera shot. Plow after plow after plow, 67, 167.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to start off with that. You'll see there's lanes where you can drive. You just have to be careful with it. The problem, again, therein lies, you get a little melting throughout the day and the refreeze. And these hard freezes we're going to have the next couple of 3 nights are going to make it awfully difficult. Just a second.
Able to be heard. Hello. Do you hear me?
They can hear us when they put the
Okay.
camera on. This is the good
Okay.
news there.
Yeah.
We're going to get to Tom's weather forecast as we get some batteries in that spot in just a second.
I'm just glad it's all done falling.
It is,
Yeah.
and Tom mentioned the freeze and refreeze. You're going to get into a quandary here over the next few hours of like, well, do I drive there where it looks clear, but it might be just black ice?
Yeah, looks are deceiving.
Yeah, or do you go over into the other lane where they haven't plowed, thinking you might get some? You know what the easiest solution is?
Stay home.
Stay home.
We've been a broken record telling you all to stay home. But, you know, we're able to get out in it. We have the equipment and tools to do that with our new Weather Force 11. So I think we'll check in with Weather Force 11 a little bit later on, too.
We do. We got plans to be all over the map today. We want to be your companion as you watch the football game or whatever you're streaming. I know a lot of people are binging. They're using this weekend, long weekend now, to catch up on the shows that they've got on their streaming platforms. And we appreciate you've got THV 11 Plus as one of those platforms because it's really one of the best places you can get local news. There's not too many other spots where you can do that on a regular basis, and you'll be able to get shots of what's going on here in Arkansas. As we go through days like this, that's really important.
And we have that new radar, too. 24/7 radar for you guys who like to keep an eye on the skies. You can know what's happening in your area anytime, day or night. That's a cool tool we have now.
Absolutely. If you're the type like me who nerds out a little bit, likes to see when it's going to actually get
I do too.
to. So
I'm kind of a little bit of a weather nerd.
that's in your pedigree, though.
It's in my blood.
There we go. I think we've got Tom's microphone back. Tom.
Hello, Tom.
I'm just messing. Okay, I'm messing around. Yeah, I know. I'm driving Lauren crazy on the other end of this thing. She's going to crawl through that wire and come get me. Don't know what happened. You know, technology sometimes, like the weatherman, lets you down, right? Okay, so back to the outside vantage point. I have seen the plows. They are doing their job. RDOT's out and about. Just give them a little time, give them some patience, and things will get back to normal. Although, just knowing that what's ahead, we are going to see quite a bit of freezing temperatures here over the next couple of 3 days. We're not expected to get above freezing again until Tuesday afternoon, and with a good amount of sunshine tomorrow, we'll see some melting and thawing. A good amount of sunshine on Tuesday as well, and Wednesday. Tuesday, Wednesday are those 2 days that we will climb above freezing, and that should help melt off a lot of it. But again, there's so much on the side of the road, you're going to have black ice to contend with. But the one thing I do want to point out with this sky is that there are some breaks in the clouds, which certainly is helpful with some sunshine getting through. It won't be a lot today, but things really clear out tonight. And speaking of tonight, if you're one of those that's lucky enough not to have had problems with your pipes and you haven't streamed yet, you might want to stream your faucets. We've been trying to encourage you to do that over these last several days. Our temperatures are going to drop close to zero in a lot of locations. This winter storm is beginning to ramp up. Precipitation is out of Arkansas, except for maybe a spitting of a snowflake or two. Most of it is now pushed to the east. It's been a crippling ice storm for our neighbors to the east in Tennessee and Mississippi. Simone Thomas is here with us today, providing us with forecast information. She was talking to her mom and dad and her grandmother. They live down in Mississippi and they've lost power. We're talking about a significant ice storm for those folks, and it was a significant winter storm for us as well. I think you'll be impressed with some of the totals that have come in from this winter storm. There you go, a little tail end of some blue, which would indicate a couple of snowflakes. Most of it, though, is well to the east, beginning to get better, and now it's the East Coast's problem, the Atlantic seaboard. They can have it. Could see a few thunderstorms. There is a risk of a thunderstorm or two over southeastern parts of the U.S., Alabama, Georgia, Florida, and one little weak wave in Texas that is not going to provide us with much more than any cloud cover as it swings out of the way. Here in Arkansas, this is it. This is the first time in a couple of days we haven't had precipitation roaming across the area. So it is over with, and now it's just, all right, let's get back to normal. Here are the reports that we have, snow and ice reports, lots of snow and sleet mixed. The accumulations include snow sleet mix here in a moment, and freezing rain over our southern counties, ice storm over in Mississippi. So a lot of reports. Now let's talk about who's the big winner in all of this. And the National Weather Service in North Little Rock combined efforts for this 2-day total of snow and sleet over 10.5 inches. Gibson, Pulaski County, 9.8. And Gibson's not far from the National Weather Service. Fulton County, Salem, you got 6.5 inches. Southside, Van Buren County, 6 inches. And in Conway County, Catholic Point picking up 5.5. Here's a few more pages for you. BB, official reporting of 8 inches of snow and sleet. Batesville, 7.5. Greers Ferry. Lonoke County, you've got Woodall Acres, and you've got Scott in Pulaski County with 4.5, and one more page to share. Centerville, Yell County, 5.5. Conway picking up 5. Arkadelphia picking up 3 inches of sleet. Wide ranging, and as you travel north away from Little Rock, go to north central Arkansas, northwest Arkansas, the amounts are between 5 and 10 inches. One place, though, did pick up more than anyone, Mount Nebo, coming in with 12 inches of snow from this event. So looking forward, here's the 3-day forecast. We do have the weather impact alert. It's the cold air now that we're going to have to deal with. We start in Little Rock tomorrow morning at 5, reaching only 25 tomorrow, but a lot of sunshine, and that'll help to further melt things down. Tuesday, more sunshine. We finally climb above freezing, 37 for the high. That combined with the sun should further this thawing out process. And then partly cloudy and 34 on Wednesday. There will be another boundary that will push through with some reinforcing cold air a little bit later in the week. But we've been through 2 phases. We had round 1 of snow and then round 2. And this is phase 3 or round 3, and it's the cold temperatures. Extreme cold warning remains in effect through Tuesday. Wind chill values will feel between -10 and -20 degrees. Coldest air of the season going to stick around, in fact, all the way through the weekend, and could be prolonged cold heading into the first part of February. So the entire state has that extreme cold warning. We're all in that aqua blue for that -10 to -20 degree feel. So although precipitation has stopped, it's the cold now. Visible satellite is beginning to show more breaks across the region as the clouds break up. Something somewhat of a neat feature. You can tell where the snow and the sleet have fallen. Look in Oklahoma where they've got clear skies. Notice that the clouds are moving from west to east, but what has fallen is staying put. Harrison 13, Little Rock 20, 26 El Dorado. Bitterly cold conditions outside. Winds are out of the north-northwest. Sustained wind gusts or sustained wind at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So yeah, you're adding a bit of a chill to the air. Wind chill values around the state, -2 Harrison, 25 Camden. How about that? 6 in Jonesboro. Now lows tonight. Going to work you through tonight's lows and over the next couple of days. This is why I was saying that, yeah, this is the one. This is the big one tonight. 1 above in Clinton, 6 below Fayetteville, 5 here in the metro, 14 Monticello. Tuesday morning when you wake up. And Tuesday's the day we're expecting to go above freezing. 8 in Mountain Home in Little Rock, 11 in Camden with clear skies. So whatever thaws out during the day is only going to refreeze. Wednesday, even more encouragement. Our lows begin to climb even higher, only expecting low to mid-teens on Wednesday. Now looking forward, the wind chill is really what's going to add that danger point there. This is how it's going to feel tomorrow morning when you wake up. I don't think anybody's going anywhere. I mean, some might have to go to work, but schools are going to be closing down. It's best to stay inside, of course, and stay out of the cold. Below 0 wind chill values for Monday. For Tuesday, it'll feel like 0 with that wind in the morning. And on Wednesday, again, we begin to turn things around. Forecast tonight, mostly cloudy. Well, we'll have icy roads tonight. We're going to bottom out here in Little Rock at 5 degrees, and tomorrow 25 with lots of sunshine. The extreme cold warning continues tomorrow and Tuesday. We will see some melting or some thawing out with the ice that we have on the roadways. And here's that THV 11 7-day forecast. Again, the weather impact alert. Monday and Tuesday, 37 Tuesday for the high. That's really going to help a lot. We go above freezing on Wednesday. But notice toward the end of the week, heading into the weekend, more cold temperatures are going to be with us, with lows in the teens, highs in the 30s, but a lot of sunshine, not expecting much in the way of precipitation, so most of this should melt off, right, Simone? Yes. Okay, good. Simone's standing right over here next to me. So that's what I have weather-wise for you guys. Again, it is improving, but it's going to take a little more time. There you go.
Dave Parker, spokesperson for RDOT, joining us now. Dave, thanks so much for being with us today and yesterday and Friday and probably more into the week as we try to get rid of this stuff. Sunday, been a more challenging day. Obviously, you guys did a lot of work on Saturday, and then Mother Nature, once again, trying to ruin things.
Yeah, we took a step back overnight. We knew we would because we made a little progress Saturday afternoon, but then Mother Nature dumps another 3, 4, 5 inches of sleet and snow and kind of put us behind starting out today. But I think we'll catch up and maybe, get a little progress today, get one passable lane on the interstates here around Little Rock. And we're just going to focus on the primary roads. Those secondary roads are still going to be difficult, so not encouraging people to get out at all.
Absolutely. This one was so unique because the storm hit on a Friday night into Saturday on a weekend.
Yeah.
We've done these before where they hit Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. How much does it help you guys and how much does it speed up now that most of the precipitation, it feels like, is getting out of the state?
That was probably the only good thing for us, is that it hit primarily on the weekend where most people were home, no school, of course, and less people working. But that did help, but then it was followed by bitter cold. So none of this is going to thaw until probably Tuesday. I think we may get, good temperatures above freezing and some sunshine. That will help us a lot. But then we've got refreeze. It's going to be really cold Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So this is a long one. I mean, normally it's kind of comes in, we get 2-3 inches, it's sunny and 35 the next day, and away we go. But this one's going to stick around a while. We're kind of in that frozen tundra, if you will, for at least 48 more hours.
Can you talk too about how the temperatures, I mean, we talked about it, they're not getting above freezing, and they're not just below freezing, they're way below freezing. How much does that impact your guys trying to get this thing done?
It's just more difficult. I mean, think about it. If your hands don't work as much, you're already a little tired. Now you're out there trying to handle that big equipment, large snow plows. You've got to focus. Your hands don't move as well. You don't move as well. Our equipment breaks down quicker. It just takes longer. If something normally would take 4 to 6 hours for us to plow, you can almost double that. We just don't move as well when it's 5 degrees.
I know we've said it before and we'll continue to say, but to hit the point home, if you don't have to get out, folks need to remember that you guys are doing this mainly for those first responders that have to be out and get to work when they need to get to work too.
Yeah, I mean, nurses, doctors, police, fire, truck drivers, we got to keep freight moving. We're in that part of the country. But just one little accident, if you want to get out and look around, if you get stuck, stalled vehicle, that can cause a huge backup, and we can't get to that road to clear it if your car is stuck on the interstate. So just hold off, today. Tomorrow, I'm sure schools will be canceled if they haven't already. I'm hoping more people can work either remote or not at all, possibly. Give us another day to get through this.
Absolutely. Great advice, great information. Thank you, sir, so much. Little to no sleep over this weekend, working your tail off. We so appreciate it, keeping folks tuned in and doing the right thing. We will be speaking this week, I know for sure. Thank you again.
Thank you.
2:30 on a Sunday. Let's give you a bird's eye view from Cabot. An old THV11 friend of ours, Jake Pendergast, sending us this drone footage overlooking Lonoke County. Gorgeous
so pretty.
out there.
I know. It's so pretty. Just stay inside to look at it. I mean, you could brave the cold, maybe take the animals out just temporarily, not too long, and hurt their little paws. And take your little ones out. We love seeing your pictures. You can still text those to us, 501-376-1111. But this is some great drone footage right there.
Love that. Jake, appreciate you. Always good to see you again, hear from you. Meanwhile,
several inches of snow and sleet fell in Saline County this weekend, and unfortunately it caused major trouble on city streets today and for a local gas station.
yeah, the recognizable Murphy's USA right under Walmart. Jenny Day joins us live from Saline County. Jenny, good to see you again. What's it like out there this afternoon?
It is great to see you guys as well. It is a little bit slightly warmer out here, but definitely still frigid for our standards. And yes, the weight of the world fell here at the gas station. As you mentioned, we are right on Ferguson Drive here in Benton, and right next to the Walmart, as you said, Murphy USA. Man, that gas station rooftop has collapsed, just mangled metal, really just a mess this afternoon. We are so sorry for what they have to clean up, but yeah, this is the weight of ice and snow. It really just completely collapsed this gas station rooftop. Again, this is kind of the result of what happens when we have close to 10 inches of snow at once. Thankfully, no injuries, but as we give you a closer look, we will also talk about the road conditions, because it has also just been really messy. That's been like the biggest weather headline of the day. Our cars just spinning out, ending up in ditches, needing to be pulled out. Boy, I got to tell you, though, I have certainly witnessed that Southern hospitality. People even came to our rescue, which we are so, so grateful for. But this is just, we had a lot of snow in a very short amount of time, and it has made for hazardous conditions on our roadways. Hear from these two men we spoke to.
It's bad. We come from Perrin, and it's bad. It is kind of wild.
But I feel like this is not as bad as what we had last year, because the snow packs a little bit more. So it's not as deep, not as all the fluffy stuff. But the boys, they've enjoyed it. I mean,
dad just got them out. They took them to Walmart. They witnessed this roof collapse here, bought them a toy, and they've just said they've been kind of having some fun with it. Have a lot of toys in their neighborhood, they said, and going sledding. So some people are leaning into it. But yeah, those roads, man, if you can stay off of it, it is pretty treacherous out there. Again, we ourselves got stuck. Extra crews, of course, have been brought in. The transportation department has been doing really their best. It's those side streets that are really just still so packed. So the highways are faring a little bit better, but and we're thinking of those who further south who were impacted by the ice. But 195 million people, we are among them, still under some kind of weather watch or advisory. So stay safe out there, not quite out of the woods yet. Keep it here for coverage.
All right, Jenny, thank you so much. Meanwhile, the Arkansas National Guard on the move, continuing their multi-day mission in this winter storm. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders deploying nearly 170 Guard members after declaring a state of emergency at the start of the weekend. Teams positioned at state police troop headquarters in different spots around the state, including Newport, Jonesboro, Harrison, and Forest City, along that northern tier of the state where they did expect a whole lot of snow. They're monitoring road conditions, standing by with their gear to assist anybody with downed trees, power lines, and any possible water system failures as well.
We've been doing is we've actually been cooperating with the Arkansas State Police, but over the next 24 hours, we anticipate that we're going to have some downed trees. So we're going to have clearance teams with chainsaws, and we're also expecting power outages. And so we have large generators to help restore the power to key facilities.
By the numbers, here's what the Guard's mission is this weekend. 168 members deployed, 28 winter weather response teams. Each one consists of 5 Guardsmen in 2 Humvees rigged up with communications equipment. The last time the Guard deployed for a statewide winter weather mission came back in January of 2023. Remember that? Almost exactly 3 years ago.
And we have teams spread out across several counties this afternoon, as we've mentioned, including down in Jefferson County. I know that was an area expecting a lot of that ice.
It was. THV11's Carter Thweet, though, has been having fun hunkering down near Pine Bluff. He even got a great steak dinner out of it if you watched our 10 o'clock news last night. Carter, great to see you this afternoon. What's the latest?
Rolly, we're here in Jefferson County, and a couple of quick observations. Number one, it's pretty bright out here. The sun is out and the snow is definitely reflecting that. So if you see me blinking or squinting, that's why. But observation number two, yeah, we were hunkered down for a while, but now my cameraman Nick and I have finally made it to the promised land. As you can see on the sign behind me, Pine Bluff. We thought we would be here a lot more covering the weather, but we've been in Whitehall a lot because frankly, we were having trouble getting out of the parking lot. We were spending a lot of time at that Colton Steakhouse right there, but we were able to get on the interstate today, and I want to kind of show you what that looked like with this video. I did take this, and excuse our windshield wipers in it, but this is what I-530 was kind of looking like. This was kind of the best of it, so there were spots that were a little icier, but generally they had one lane pretty clear for the most part, and obviously we were able to make it from Whitehall down here to the very edge of Pine Bluff, so we had some success. For reference, driving around 40 miles per hour in those clips that you see. So we're going to try and go into Pine Bluff a little bit later, assuming that we can make it safely, and we'll update you on what conditions look like there. But your update for Jefferson County, still a lot of snow, as you can see around me. The sun is out, it's shining, some stuff's melting a little bit, but I don't think meaningfully enough to impact the roads or anything like that. So we will continue to keep you updated in Jefferson County. I'm Carter Thweet with THV11 News.
Thanks so much, Carter. Stay safe out there. Okay, now to Heber Springs. This video is from Lindsay's Resort. It shows how heavy that snow and ice can be. One of their docks collapsed early this morning under the weight of all that.
In a Facebook post, they said, quote, "We will pivot to accommodate our guests. This will slow us down just a little bit, but we are not defeated," unquote. Of course, there's some houseboats out there on lakes like that, Greer's Ferry, Lake Hamilton. But the question on everyone's mind is, when will we be able to leave the house, whether it's a boat or a regular one, and get out on these roads safely?
I know people are getting a lot of cabin fever. They're ready to get out, but don't rush it, you guys. Let's check in back with Journey Taylor. She's in Weather Force 11. Journey, how is it today?
Hi there, Brooke and Rolly. It's doing good. It's been a good little ride, I say so myself. And Danny's shaking his head, but you can't see him over here. He's driving. We've traveled through the neighborhoods. We've traveled on 430, and this is what I want to turn the camera around and kind of show you. Right now, we're on Maumelle Boulevard. You guys know some call it Crystal Hill Road, some call it Highway 100. We're actually curving right now on the I can't even think of what this is called. Access road, yeah, maybe. We're trying to get on to the freeway, get on to 430, and I think that's been the great thing about it all. We've enjoyed really seeing how clear 430 has been, but we've both discussed it's a ramp, Danny. It's called a ramp. The ramp, I'm sorry, the snow has our brains a little frozen. The ramps are the troublemakers. So you're gonna see here in just a second the difference between what this ramp looks like and how we're having to jump over this little group of snow here onto 430. Yeah, we're actually fishtailing just a bit. But once you get onto 430, this is what we've been experiencing all the way from Southwest Little Rock all the way now to the Maumelle area. 430 looks decent. It's several passable lanes. And actually, people are driving a lot faster than Danny and me. We're taking our time, but people are picking up speed, and I think that's what we agreed to, is that if you just take your time, we think all will be well. Where we saw majority of our stuck cars, yeah, they were happening mainly in the neighborhoods, mainly in the streets, the city streets. So the highways have been pretty solid. I want to see if I can kind of show you our bumper cam. I think yesterday you guys told me that it was a little much for the eye because it's so close. But yeah, this gives you a solid idea of what the ground looks like. So I think RDOT has been working pretty swell. The roads look great. I think our biggest fear we've also talked about is that what that will look like tonight. With the temperatures freezing over, we have a lot of water, of course the snow melting and all that, being pushed off to the side. We have these passable lanes. We have a lot of water, excess water on the ground, and I think the concern would be with that freezing over our black ice. That's where all that trouble gets into play, especially when you're starting to get late into the night. So yeah, we're coming down now. We're about to merge into 40. This is where 430, we're coming down the ramp. That's going to merge into 40. I'll let you guys, I'm going to bring you up because I'm sure the road down there is a little too much. I'm going to flip you back and give you a little second to look at some of our drive here as we merge onto 40.
Well, that was nice views. I liked the music there. It's very calming, only because we're not the ones behind the wheel.
Yes, our crew there, Danny and Journey, doing a great job. And remember, Weather Force 11 is built for this sort of stuff. Yeah. And if you can stay home, we encourage you to do it. Enjoy this stream as your first stream, your second screen, maybe watching football or whatever you got going on this Sunday. We appreciate you dialing us up. But we'll keep coming in and out to give you a look at what's going on in different places. We saw that video about 5-10 minutes ago about that Lindsay's dock up in Heber Springs. Similar damage in other parts of the area.
Yes, we're seeing a lot of buildings and sheds collapsed all across the area, from Greer's Ferry down to Lake Hamilton and everywhere in between, including Pulaski County. And that's actually where we find Catherine Rowley.
Hey Brooke, we're here at the Little Rock Marina, and as you can see, one of their awnings, these are all houseboats, has actually collapsed. We're gonna have our photog pan in a little bit, but there's actually a boat right behind me that is completely sunk under the weight. We still are hearing some cracking sounds. I'm not entirely sure if that's the awning continuing to kind of collapse, but these are, again, a lot of these are houseboats. I did speak with one lady who was actually mandatory evacuated. She had to evacuate because of the issues. Now this goes all the way down for this section of the marina. Again, this happened earlier this morning, 3:30 or earlier, but Pulaski County did with the Sheriff's Office, the West Little Rock Fire Department, as well as the Office of Emergency Management, were all deployed here to try to rescue people. About 6 people total were rescued. But again, no one was hurt. That's the best thing about this, is that no one was hurt, but people did lose their homes and are not able to live here for right now. So they have been here taking pictures. Again, we've heard some cracking sounds of the awning, but there's parts of this awning that are completely in the water. Again, this is just one of the docks that has pretty much collapsed. You can even see slightly on the river level that some of the dock has actually come up from the weight going this way. So we're also going to continue to stay here. We're talking with the West Little Rock Fire Department, who did respond and were first on the scene. There was water rescues that did happen earlier. There are, again, still people here taking pictures and trying to figure out next steps. We're going to continue to kind of monitor the situation here for a little bit, talk to some more residents and people that are here to get a better idea of what happened this morning from their point of view. So here in West Little Rock, Catherine Rowley, THV 11 News.
Before we go, here's a look at some pictures sent in from viewers like you. Remember, text us those pictures to 501-376-1111. Look at that cutie, Alex and Maumelle. He's not that little. He's a big cutie.
Hey there, you guys. I want to immediately flip over to this camera and show you downtown Little Rock as we're driving back in on 30. Just a beautiful view with everything that's happening today. I know a lot of you guys are at home, inside, and I just wanted to make sure we came back right on time so you can get a better view of what's happening, what it's looking like out here. Icy conditions for sure. Way more cars than we saw yesterday, that's for sure. And actually, a lot of people kind of making their own decisions on when they're going to go around. So some dangerous conditions at times, but people are taking their time for the most part. RDOT doing what they said they had plans to do, which is to keep one lane open, one passable lane, and that's been the case. We've pretty much done the full roundabout. We've done 430 to 40, 40 to 30, and we're now about to take the ramp right now from 30 to 630 and go through the downtown 630 area in Little Rock, try to get a better idea. Like I mentioned last time, as you can see here, the ramps are truly our biggest problem, and problem is really kind of understatement. We're taking our time, and so it hasn't really proven to be trouble, but we're not going at the same speed that we're going when we're on the main highway. Our ramps are not as passable or smooth as the normal highway, and you can see that here. You'll truly see the difference, I'm sure, once we get past this ramp and what the highway looks like. I would say if I had to take a vote, 430 was the clearest part of the highway for our stretch we've done. Again, we've done 430, which if you're not familiar with your highways, because I know I struggle with that sometimes even being from the city. 430 is that stretch that kind of goes through West Little Rock. Think your Southwest Highway going all the way to Maumelle. That's 430. 430 for us has been the clearest. The next highway is, which would stretch from like Conway all the way to like Lone Oak, that's 40. It was decent, and we were just on 30, which you saw. So yeah, we're going through downtown right now. We're seeing a lot of people out and about driving kind of fast, and I don't know if yesterday might have been the day. I don't know about today, but it's been pretty smooth. I'll keep showing off some of the area, turning the camera around for you guys if you want to bring the music up.
Welcome back from the THV11 Weather Center. Tom Brannon along with Roley Hoyt this afternoon, and Brooke Buckner's along with a whole lot of reporters out on the roadways. One of the things we're tackling today is looking at how the roads are faring. The sun is coming out. There will be a little bit of melting and thawing. Refreeze later tonight. Really, Tuesday is going to be the day where a whole lot of melting and thawing takes place. School closings are coming in, and we'll be sharing those throughout the afternoon. I'm currently putting a little video, making the bosses happy. It's a little video I'm putting together, and it's about these little items right here. Roley and I just talked about it. Apparently, I've been eating these wrong. They were frozen, uncrustable. Those of you that have had them. You don't eat them frozen. It's not like a popsicle. That's what I thought. Okay, well, okay. So Roley told me, no, you're supposed to thaw it out. That's what happens when you're blind. I couldn't see microwave for 10 to 20 seconds, but anyway, it was pretty good.
I mean, your teeth all intact? You didn't?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little chewy, but pretty good. The only thing I'm concerned about, though, there was a whole box of these, and they had J.D. Roberts' name on them, and they're all over the freezer. So
that would be the boss, Tom.
Oh, these are his Uncrustables, whatever they are.
I'm sure he wants to share.
I know he does. We've had a lot of crew that have devoted a lot of time. We appreciate the powers that be, making sure that we have nourishment, whether they're Uncrustables or something to eat. So thank you very much. Uncle Marty, who's hopefully watching the stream from home this afternoon, probably watching football. The game's going on our main channel, and I can tell you that Denver is up 7-0. Is that allowed? Can I do that?
Yeah, sure.
I can? Okay, wonderful. Hey, I want to show you a great product from the National Weather Service. Sleet and snow totals are coming down as we speak, and looking at the latest information in regards to what has fallen from the sky, I can tell you this, that this little page, it's nifty, it's from the National Weather Service, and anybody can get on the page and find out how much snow fell in their location. You just have to report it. But to report it, they require you to do it a certain way. I look up into Searcy County. Whit Springs is one of the leaders, 12 inches of snow. Mount Nebo in sleet. Mount Nebo, 12 inches of snow and sleet. That is over close to the Russellville area. You go on up the interstate here. Let's go up toward Walnut Ridge, Swifton, Arkansas, 9.5 inches of snow and sleet. Northeast Arkansas numbers are coming in, but I see several 5, 6, 7, and 8. Northwest Arkansas was expected to get the heaviest amount of snow with a little sleet mixed in. And in fact, that's what's happened. Those numbers are still coming down, waiting for more totals. I'm going to go a little bit close. I'm invading Scott Covert's territory. He would not be happy with me if I did this, but he's been tracking this stuff now for the last 48, 72 hours as well. There's a 12-inch snowfall amount from Siloam Springs, and that would be snow and sleet mixed. You got 5.5 inches northeast of Fayetteville. One of my favorite places in the state, Eureka Springs up in northern Arkansas, 8 inches of snow and sleet, and about 7.5 in Grandview, Arkansas. So this is a handy-dandy little place to go. I tell you, if you search on your search engine at home, just look up National Weather Service Snow Totals Arkansas, and that link will pop up, and it'll take a moment or two, but you can zoom in and find the locations that you want to check out. I got some good news. It's breaking news, breaking weather news that's actually good as we go back to our main Max 1 there, Mr. Perry. No more winter storm warnings in Arkansas. The warnings have been canceled. That's good. We can begin to recover. The system has shifted to the east, the Atlantic seaboard, the northeast. Notice the game in Denver, they ain't got much going on out there, so we are beginning to improve. That is great news at this time. The 1-hour radar loop will show moisture is pretty much out of Arkansas, maybe a light snowflake or two. Clouds are breaking up, sun is coming out, and with the remainder of the afternoon, here 3 o'clock, we'll get a couple of more hours of sunshine. That may help to melt that first layer at the road surface, but it will refreeze tonight, so don't let it catch you off guard. The next few nights, even though we're going to pick up quite a bit, we're going to see quite a bit of melting during the day. At night, it's going to be refreezing. You're going to have to deal with black ice. Storm system is moving away from us, a 1-2 punch there. Temperatures are next to drop off, and they will be cold as we head into the early morning hours tomorrow. Snow and ice reports all over the place. That little box that has what looks like rain falling is ice, sleet. You got the little snowflake, but nearly everyone here in Arkansas reported some snow, mainly a lot of sleet the farther south of Little Rock you go, and they had a big ice storm down in Mississippi. In fact, Simone Thomas, who is working on some forecast graphic information for us, she's here this afternoon. I'm going to have her come out here in a few. She got stuck this morning, and there were a couple of folks that helped her get out so that she was able to make her way to work, but her parents down in Mississippi, along with some other folks, have lost power because of this significant ice storm. We said it would be significant, 1/4 to 3/4 of an inch or more of freezing rain. Here in Little Rock, it's been about 5 to 7, 8 inches of sleet and snow, and it came down heavy once again last night. Here are the reports that we have, and I've got snow and sleet totals. Early or preliminary, leading the way, Whit Springs and Mount Nebo with 12. Harrison up in Boone County, 9 inches. There's Eureka Springs. One of my favorite places, only because I love the name Floyd, in White County, right out 7.5 inches of snow and sleet. The National Weather Service in North Little Rock, Pulaski County, 10.6 inches of snow and sleet. They're up on a little hill too. Gibson and Pulaski County, that's not far down the road, nearly 10 inches. And then you've got Fulton County, Salem, Arkansas, 6.5. Southside, Van Buren County, 6 inches. And Catholic Point up in Conway County, 5.5. 1 or 2 more pages for you. BB, 8 inches of snow and sleet. Batesville, 7.5. Greers Ferry, 7. Scott, Pulaski County, 4.5. And one more page before we talk about what you could expect going forward. The farther south you traveled, you still picked up 3-4 inches of sleet, along with freezing rain, but it was mainly sleet south of Little Rock. We had some snow mixing with the sleet, and there were some places that were mainly snow. An impactful system. It came together, didn't it, folks? So kids should be happy they got something to sled on. And speaking of what you've got outside, it's compacting, compressing down, because when things started off, just a little glaze of freezing rain, and then it was sleet, and then we had snow, back to more sleet, to sleet and snow, and all of that is compacting. The sleet is very heavy. It's an ice pellet. When you get 5 inches of that stuff on top of something like your trash can, it's gonna be tough to lift it off. There's a lot of weight there, and that's what's happened with some of these boat docks. They're collapsing under the weight of that heavy precipitation. Our visible satellite this afternoon shows the clouds continue to move out of the way, and the areas behind that are in white, that is snow/sleet cover in most of the state has some of that. Our temperatures are very cold. We're at 22 here in Little Rock, DeQueen 23, Harrison 15, 25 in Camden. We'll probably see highs today in the middle 20s, and then we'll begin to drop off. Tomorrow morning is going to be the coldest morning of the week. Whatever wind we have outside, the wind chill value is what it feels like when you combine the temperature and the wind. It feels very, very cold. Some places hovering just above zero, and some are in the lower to mid-teens. We still have the extreme cold warning that is in effect. This covers the whole state. -10 to -20 is what it's going to feel like with those wind chill values. Used to be a wind chill advisory, but they've changed it to dangerous cold or extreme cold warnings. So that has changed from the National Weather Service here in the last couple of years. Forecast lows tonight. This is what you need to know. Hopefully you've been streaming your faucets. Check on them. Make sure there's a stream with lows dropping off. With snow cover and sleet cover, any heating that we have with those clear skies escapes, and that allows the temperatures to fall to maximum cooling. And we're expecting around 5 tomorrow morning in Little Rock, 1 Clinton, 6 below in Fayetteville, around 10 Camden, 13 Monticello. I'm getting in trouble, have been getting in trouble as of late because we've had some folks that feel like I'm not calling the temperatures out in their location enough. Hot Springs 9. Hot Springs 9. Hot Springs 9. And then up the road in Yell County. Now, we don't have a reporting station in Yell County, so I'll just have to deal with Russellville. Low tonight, 5 Russellville. Keep that in mind. Now, Dardanelle and folks in Yell County, you're going to be 5, 6, 7 degrees. Cold, yeah. Forecast Tuesday morning, more single digits and teens. Wednesday, we begin to round the corner a bit, and that will reflect in highs on Tuesday and Wednesday, finally getting above freezing. Our wind chill forecast shaping up like this with the feel below zero for the next couple of mornings. And then again, the wind's going to back off. We will get some warming, and the overall trend is to, in fact, warm things up from here on out. Tonight's temperature, 5 degrees above. Here in Little Rock, skies will be mostly cloudy early, but will clear out tonight. Wind out of the northwest at 5 miles per hour. Breaking, just handed to me, quite literally, actually. Toss to update on power. Okay, that was okay. I'll do that. Thank you, Rolly. I thought there was somebody saying, call out my town's name. Cold warning tomorrow, 25. There will be some melting or some thawing out tomorrow, but when the sun sets, it'll all refreeze with a northwest wind at 5 miles per hour. We have a weather impact alert because of the cold, cold mornings Monday and Tuesday. Frigid Monday, mostly sunny Tuesday. 37. I never thought I'd be so happy to see 37 degrees on Tuesday. 34 Wednesday, 36 on Thursday. But notice the temperatures at night. Whatever melts refreezes, and we stay in the deep freeze until the end of the month and the first part of February. That is a look at your weather. It is now time to get an update on the power companies.
With this obviously being a winter storm event, describe the electric cooperatives of Arkansas and the role that y'all take during an event like this.
Sure. In an event like this nature, we actually begin preparing usually 7 to 10 days ahead of time whenever the meteorologists like Tom Brannon point out issues to us so we know what's coming, which we appreciate greatly. We begin preparing by ensuring that our warehouses are full with the equipment that we need, the materials that we need to restore power as quickly and safely as possible in the event of a power outage. During this current storm, we're actually prepared for basically almost like a nuclear war, and it ended up being more of a thunderstorm, which is a good thing for Arkansans, by the way. We're very happy with the way the storm turned out. We're now entering a phase where we're preparing crews to get ready to go help our friends and neighbors in surrounding states. Tennessee, for instance, has about 250,000 people without power at this time. I was just on the phone with my colleague at the Tennessee Electric Cooperatives, and he was very much appreciative of the call to offer assistance. We will dispatch crews once we're 100% sure that we're safe here in Arkansas. And our guys, as I mentioned earlier today on the morning show, we have NFL grade players that are ready to play. And unfortunately, they just got to play high school football. So they're ready to go. Nobody's on the injured reserve list. They're all ready to play, and they're just excited to go help people get their power back on, because this, quite frankly, that's what they live to do. They love to help people, and they're ready to go.
It's a good analogy about the NFL players. I like that. I'm definitely going to ask more about other states because it does seem like Arkansas got a little bit lucky. But first, I just want to ask in a little more detail, describe what kind of conditions Arkansas saw and how that's affecting or not affecting the power.
Yeah, Arkansas, we basically escaped the wrath of on the show Landman, that guy's ex-wife that's now his kind of wife. We basically escaped her wrath. Uh, we were able to just skate through, and we didn't have many outages. We had some minor outages in South Arkansas. A couple of substations tripped yesterday, but we were able to get the power back on quickly and safely. We were very, very, very pleased with the situation. In my 24 years of doing this, I've seen it go south very quickly. And unfortunately, this time the storm did go south, and it impacted southern Arkansas. But we got very lucky this time. This is an instance in which I'm very proud to say Arkansas was last. We were last in power outages compared to our surrounding states.
What I kind of wanted to ask about, you mentioned Tennessee, and I know you're not over other states, so only talk about what you feel comfortable, but all the surrounding states around us, Tennessee and others, what have we seen? It seems like it's a lot worse.
Yeah, our surrounding states, they're experiencing outages right now. As the storm moved through Arkansas, we got lucky, as I previously said, with regards to the way the precipitation came down. I've got emails and texts and quite frankly, a phone call or two from my colleagues in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Georgia. Georgia's experiencing some pretty strong outages right now, especially the metro Atlanta area, larger population areas. Tennessee has about 250,000 out. Mississippi, last time I looked, they had about 125,000 out. I'm fully expecting Georgia to experience much more outages. I'm guessing it's freezing rain. I'm not there. I can't tell for sure, but our crews, our electric co-op crews in Arkansas, are ready to roll, and they will head out to help these people as quickly as possible. Once we're sure that Arkansas is in the clear, our guys are like ready to go. They're ready to go play, and they want to go help people. That's just what they do.
I wanted to ask about Arkansas one more time. I mean, obviously, maybe this is a tough prediction to make, but is there any chance that Arkansas continues to see more power outages, or would those have pretty much already happened at this point? Are we through the worst of it? What would you say there?
If I had a crystal ball and I could tell you what's going to happen in the future, I'd be a very wealthy man. Unfortunately, I'm not. In our business, we always hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And quite frankly, that's what we're doing right now, optimistically, which I am. I think we're through with the storm, but you never know. Mother Nature can be kind of tricky. She can be rather moody, and we'll just see what she throws at us. But I'll guarantee you this: whatever she throws at us, we're gonna get your power back on very quickly and very safely.
And for maybe the 6,000 or so, I guess, that have lost it, or, just for others in the state who are still concerned, are there any power-related tips you have or anything you want to share with people?
The main thing I would suggest for people, first and foremost, if there's a down power line, stay away from it. Watch your children outside. I know they're wanting to get outside and play in the snow and everything, and it's great and fun. If there's a down power line, have them stay away from it. Contact your local utility very quickly and let them know what's going on so we can come out and get that addressed. The loss of any life during a storm like this is one life too many, quite frankly. 2 weeks from now, it'll probably be 60 degrees in Arkansas, warm and sunny. And people will think, how long ago was that storm? So let's just make sure that we stay safe, we stay happy, and we just enjoy each other during this time.
Rob Rodell from the Power Co-op speaking with our Carter Thweed a little while ago. Now, as you can see, joined by Mayor Frank Scott Jr. here of Little Rock. Good to have you along this afternoon. Been very busy, I imagine, over the last 48 hours. We talked to you yesterday around this time. Tell me a little bit about the overall progress the city's made getting through this.
Well, first and foremost, just want to share our deep gratitude and appreciation to all of our Little Rock Public Works team, first responders, 911, our Emergency Operations Center. There's so many people that are playing a pivotal role to get us through this winter storm. Our Little Rock Public Works team has put forth a lot of effort to get the roads as passable as possible. As we all know, we received another storm of sleet and snow that kind of really covered up all of their work, so they're back at it, still continuing to drive through all of the major thoroughfares within the city. And then once they're done with that, then they'll move to the secondary neighborhood streets. So again, we just ask for patience for our public works team because a lot of the great work that they did was covered up late last night and early this morning. So they're going to retrace their efforts, and then they'll be able to get to the secondary roads. But they're doing some great work, and I want to make sure we share our appreciation to them as they're out and about.
You can see where they've done the work. There's now little snowbanks and that kind of thing, and it's difficult to get through them because of what happened last night. So we'll give them the space to definitely head out there and try and do it again. You've already declared that the city's closed for business, and about how long are you expecting that to take at this point?
So right now we play it day by day. The city of Little Rock, we've closed all of our facilities except for our public safety and our emergency operations facilities that continue to run a 24-hour operation. And so we'll make another call around midday tomorrow about Tuesday. But as I've been watching some of Tom and what he's been talking about, it looks like it's likely to happen again Tuesday, not for certain yet, mainly because of the frigid degrees now that we're going to more than likely expect some freezing of some of the efforts as well.
In these conditions, we think of the folks who don't have a home to go home to. How's the outreach been to getting those folks to shelter?
Big ups to our emergency shelter team who've been working 24 hours because we're running a 24-hour operation at Emergency Shelter Center at the Dunbar Community Center. And so we are grateful that we have the ability to provide a safe, warm place for our unhoused brothers and sisters during this time. And so things are going well there. Everybody's fed. They're having their different breaks and things of that nature. And so hunker down at this moment, and we are grateful that we have the ability to do so.
Have you scouted out the best sledding hills in the city? How far have you gone out into the neighborhood streets at this point?
We've been all over the entire city checking things out. We're getting, as you can imagine, getting a lot of phone calls. Hey, can you get something here, get something there? Things are going well. Again, we just ask for some patience because a lot of the great work that was done yesterday was recovered with all the sleet and snow.
How efficient is 311 at this point? I mean, that's generally the way you go. If you've got something that you see you need to complain about or need to get fixed quickly, how quickly does a 311 note or item get looked at this point?
I mean, 311 is continuing going to be manned 24 hours as well alongside 911. Only call 911 for a emergency. I do want to encourage everyone, if you have a iPhone, Android, or some type of smartphone, please go to your app store and download the new City of Little Rock app. And so you can stay in constant communication with us there, and we can share more information.
Terrific. Mayor Frank Scott Jr. joining us here on this Sunday. We thank you for coming in, sir. And we've got plenty more to come your way here on THV 11 Plus. Stick with us. Enjoy the zen of the screensavers that we're about to send your way from different views around Arkansas.
Thank you all for staying with us on our live stream here on THV 11 Plus. We're going to get to some reporters who are out live across the state covering conditions, but first we're showing you this video from Lindsay's Resort in Heber Springs. That ice and snow is just heavy. Their dock collapsed early this morning under the weight of it all.
Yeah, it's a Facebook post. The management at that club say they'll pivot to accommodate guests. It'll slow them down a little bit, but they remain undefeated, they say, by this winter storm.
That's right. Well, similar damage is being reported all across Pulaski County.
Teacher 11's Catherine Rowley showed us right next to the docks in West Little Rock. Some folks there have houseboats, had to be evacuated, and she joins us with some of those folks right now. Catherine.
Hey, Rolly, I actually just talked to them, and you'll hear from them a little bit later, but we are here at the Little Rock Marina. This awning completely collapsed earlier this morning. There's still that boat that sunk. Actually, since we've been here, we've been hearing a lot of pops and cracking sounds, and actually a little bit earlier, I saw one of the panelings actually come down. So it's still definitely sounds like the weight is continuing to kind of press on some of these panelings onto the boats. Again, these were houseboats. A lot of these people that I talked to were living here. Some lived here for well over a decade, and they're just devastated, I think is a really good word. A lot of them do have accommodations that they have been to, but this happened early this morning. As you can see, it's just still, it's not very pretty out here at all. A lot of damage done. Even parts of the dock are starting to come out of the water. So again, it's a pretty devastating scene, to be honest with you. Again, you'll hear a little bit later from some residents who lived here. The Coast Guard was also out here earlier. They told me that they're here checking to make sure that there's not any oil in the water, and they're going to continue to monitor that as well if there's any environmental cleanup. I'm not really sure what will be next for the yacht club at this point to help get this cleared, but the weight of that snow and sleet just really impacted a lot of this. I talked to one lady who also said that she was evacuated as well, and she had a lot of her belongings in her car as well as her dog. So again, a lot of people here can't be in their boats. A lot of them were actually here to make sure that their boats were okay during the storm and that their lines didn't snap. One gentleman I talked to said that he was actually woken up around 2 in the morning before this had happened because his lines were snapping. So again, you'll hear from them a little bit later, but we're going to continue to monitor the situation here and see what else could happen. For now, I'm going to send it back to the studio live in Little Rock. Catherine Rowley, THV 11 News.
All right, Catherine, thanks so much. We will indeed look forward to hearing from those folks. It's got to be awful. You sort of take on risk, I guess, when you live in a houseboat like
Yeah.
that. But some things you don't normally think about as a homeowner. You having to worry about tending your lines to make sure that you don't end up grounded, and then you look above and the ceiling comes in.
I'm
on
sure it
you.
was very unexpected. I really feel for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But THV 11, we've got teams scattered all over the region this afternoon, trying to give you an idea of what the conditions look like in different parts of the state.
We're going to catch up with Journey Taylor. She joins us live from Weather Force 11. She is driving slowly and safely. Journey, what is it like out there right now?
You know, Brick, I want to give a small correction to that. I don't want to scare anybody. Here are my hands. I am not driving. I have a friend, our photographer. There's his hand. Wait, Danny, put your hand back on the wheel. Danny is driving Weather Force 11. I am sitting in the passenger seat showing shots. I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera around. Hope that was a good laugh for you guys because it definitely tickled me just a bit. We're getting off on exit 3, though, in East Little Rock. In East Little Rock, we wanted to check out the airport. I was talking to Danny and I said, hey, let's see what's going on at the airport. I know that's been a big talker. I actually had a friend who was going on a girls trip in Arizona, and they actually canceled the trip because they said, we thought we weren't going to be able to get back in. Well, Clinton National Airport posted about 3 hours ago saying that they actually had their first flight fly out about 3 hours ago. There was an American Airlines flight, flew out to Phoenix, Arizona, so I probably should tell her she should have went on the trip. But we're going to try to go over here to the car lot and see if we can see any planes coming in or coming out, but it's a little steep over here. We're now coming along Roosevelt, I believe. Yeah, on Airport Road. We're seeing cars off to the side. It's just a little rougher. I think that's been the conversation of the day, that the highways are drivable, the streets, not so much. So right now, this is definitely looking like one of our toughest roads that we've been on today. But the airport, not a lot of traffic. Still people over here. This truck in front of us, I think they're going to try to make this turn. So we're going to stay behind it just a bit. But I do know this has been a big talker at the airport, people needing to make their flights. I think around 6 a.m. this morning, they confirmed that the airlines have canceled 45 flights for today, but a few arrivals and departures are scheduled to still operate. The crews there worked all night and continued this morning to clear snow and sleet accumulating on the main runways and taxiways. And let me see, I'm gonna take the camera from our roof, which you're looking at now. Oh, no, you're not. 1 second. Technology is fun. Give me 2 seconds, friends. I'm on the wrong camera. Here we go. This is the camera I'm looking for. And I'm going to turn it to kind of give you a better idea of what we're seeing out here. Because that camera we were on was on the front cam, which is inside the vehicle. So this is a better idea outside what it looks like here at the airport. So if you know anybody at the airport or know anyone going to work, needing to get to work, fly out, fly in, if their flight is not canceled, I mean, it looks like the airport is still operating, at least from our viewpoint. Cars are coming in here, right here to our left. You're going to see a couple cars. I'm going to zoom in just a tad. Yeah, traffic is still moving along here just fine. And if this is the employee parking lot, which I believe it is, got a lot of people at work. Oh, Mr. Danny, I think that was our turn. Oh, it's a car? No, it's a... Oh, me and Mr. Danny are both from Arkansas, so we're having a battle. Danny, are you from Little Rock?
Yep, born and raised.
Born and raised. So we're both from Little Rock, so we're having a battle of who knows Little Rock, who knows Little Rock better, clearly. But I'm just going to show off. Yeah, this is a great shot, Danny. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to turn over here to where some of the planes are. Give you guys a better idea. Let me see. If you guys would like to bring up the music, I'll stop talking now and just kind of show off what we're seeing, okay?
Thank you for those nice views, Journey. It's so pretty when you're not out in it.
Yes, and it's good to see the sun out.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
going to help us a little. It's help you figure out how much of it might melt. Of course, remember a lot of that stuff, there's no place for it to drain at this point. So it's going to freeze up again. So we'll keep that in mind. And also good to see if you do have somebody who's trying to get in, it looks like the runway is going to be okay. But I know we picked up some folks. We picked up Jenny and her cameraman Garrett the other night. And yeah, the plane landed, but it took about 30 minutes for the baggage truck to get from the plane over to the airport. So things are slowing down. Let's give everybody a little extra time as we go through these next couple of days.
And let's check in with Carter Thweet. He's down in Jefferson County. I believe he just made it to Pine Bluff earlier today.
Yeah, Brooke, we have, and you said it's really pretty when you're not out in it, but I think it's pretty when you are out in it as well. We have made it down here to Pine Bluff in Jefferson Square, a main area, and right over here is Olive Street, so I want to pan and kind of show you the road conditions. And a guy honking apparently. It looks to be a real mixture of snow and ice on the roads, and for us in our vehicle, it's actually better when it's snow. We're able to drive a little easier when that hasn't been cleared, but it definitely is a mixture of snow and ice on these roads. We had to take Interstate 530 to get here, and conditions there were a little different. They generally had one lane pretty clear, which is how we were able to drive. But once you get into the cities, these streets are definitely seeing some snow and ice, and obviously would urge great caution. And I want to show you this, Nick, if you could come back to me here. We know it's a mixture of snow and ice because this snow is really, really hard. If we can pan down, as you're stepping in it, you're really not even making big imprints, and you have to really, like if you're just tapping it, you're not doing anything. You have to really kick it in order to make any sort of impact, and then you can get big chunks, which is really fun too. But it's not really snowball type snow. There's a lot of ice mixed with it, I think, which is making it really, really tough to move. So we're going to continue to keep you updated on conditions in Jefferson County, Arkansas. But again, the roads here in Pine Bluff, definitely a lot of snow and ice. Still not super safe to be out, although we do see a couple of cars. In Jefferson County, I'm Carter Thweet with THV 11 News.
And joining us now is Mayor Bart Castleberry with Conway. How you doing, Mayor? How you staying warm up there?
Well, as long as you can stay inside by the fireplace, it's not too hard, but doesn't take a lot of time outside to get cold in a hurry.
Oh, yes, absolutely. You're right. Well, I wanted to catch up with you just to see how conditions are looking in your neck of the woods.
Well, our street department, I guess like everyone in the state of Arkansas, has been very busy. They got a really good head start on it before the first wave came in, and I talked to the director shortly this morning, and he said, unfortunately, everything they'd accomplished for the first wave was covered up by the second wave. Right now, they are really working on the primary streets to get those open. It will probably be late tomorrow or maybe even Tuesday morning before they get to the secondary streets. And Jacob Reynolds of our street department recommended that if you have to get out, if you have to go to work or you have to go to the doctor or get groceries, to go to iDrive Arkansas and see which streets are the easiest to use, and to please just take your time.
Great info there. And for people who might not know the difference between a primary road and a secondary road, can you give an example of both of those?
Sure. Primary road will be Salem Road, Donaghy, any of the streets where you have a lot of, you call them arterial or collector streets, where you have a lot of traffic that will really just get you from one side of town to the other. Our secondary streets will be like your streets in your neighborhoods where you leave your house and go to a primary road.
Good to know. Okay. And are your crews out plowing as we speak?
They are. They've been plowing ever since this started. They did the pre-treatment, and that would have been great if we'd have had nothing but snow. But when you get a little bit of sleet on top of that, then everything kind of freezes into one big block. But they are out plowing now. Yes.
Okay. Good to know. And I know around the state we've seen a lot of buildings collapsing, like gas stations, boat docks. I was wondering if there in Conway you've seen anything similar.
No, we have not. We have not. I spoke with the fire chief earlier. They said that they'd had a number of medical calls, which was not unusual. Like most folks, they'll probably see an increase in calls once people start getting out and walking, and going to their cars. It's just easy to slip on ice. So please be careful as you're going to your cars. Also, Police department said their calls have been down just a little bit because really folks have really just kind of sheltered in. Their work will probably pick up somewhat. Our warming centers, we have two of them. We have the Don Owens complex that is open and the Conway overnight emergency shelter. They're both open and both are providing meals and donations of non-perishables or blankets would really be appreciated if folks want to. If you can't get out, because we're trying to ask people not to, give us a call at the mayor's office. Even though City Hall and our non-essential workers will be closed tomorrow, we try to go with the Conway school districts because we have parents that have to take care of children. If you will contact my office at 501-450-6110, we will be glad to come out and pick up any donations that you have. And Conway, I'd like to thank you for everything that you have provided for both of these shelters. The people of Conway have been tremendous in getting blankets and food and non-perishables to both of these venues, and we really appreciate it.
I'm so glad you have those warming centers open. There are a lot of people who need it. It's brutal out there.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else, Mayor, that you want to add?
No. I just appreciate all of our workers that have been working long hours, streets, police and fire, folks at our warming shelters, our parks department, and our emergency operations people at our SEOC. PD has been great to give rides to nurses and doctors who need a ride into the hospital. Same way with SEOC, they've been giving rides to all those folks that need to show up for work. So, as usual, the people, the citizenry of Conway has shown up and helped us, as well as the tremendous employees that we have in this city.
Safe to say it's all hands on deck.
It is. Be careful and be safe.
All right, you too, Mayor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If you're just now joining us, we've been sharing your winter weather pictures all afternoon, and we just got our hands on an awesome sledding video. Check this out. Look at them go.
Go.
I told you guys, this is optimal sledding conditions. This is from Courtney Holderfield, featuring someone sledding down the snow-covered steps of North Little Rock High School. It's hard to tell those are even steps. Look at that.
That's look like the half pipe. Did you find it at a fancy ski resort?
Yeah.
Keep sending us these videos. We love watching them, and we hopefully we don't get anybody wiping out.
Yeah, you know, what's nice about this, and it's also what's not so nice about it, is you got a little layer of freezing rain underneath, and then you had some snow and some sleet, and then some snow, and then more sleet, and it's all compacting.
It's all sandwiched.
And yeah, you'll be
not good for the tires, but good for the sledding.
Carter gave us a great look at it when he was like really digging his feet into it. I mean, it is Sunday. I call this Jesus snow because you don't really walk into it. You just walk on top of it and glide right
I
over the
like that. Jesus snow.
Meanwhile, the snow has stopped, right?
I'm going to step away from Rolly in case.
You're not.
No.
Sit down.
An act of no. Yeah, it's over. It's done. We're finished with this. Precipitation has stopped, and the skies are beautiful outside. We're getting some sunshine here this afternoon. And although we're well below freezing, a little bit of that will help. The sun angle's beginning to get into a fashion where it will help to melt off this stuff, but
it will refreeze.
It will refreeze.
It's nice when it's melting, but it doesn't last forever. It's just going to freeze.
I'd say I love watching it fall.
Yeah.
From the comfort and convenience of my home, of which I don't think I have seen a snowfall from my home that we've had since I came back in 2021.
Wow.
Yep.
In fact, left in 2017 at the end, and for 3 years we didn't get a drop of snow. And I come back.
Disappointing.
You're the reason.
And we get the shining.
The snow loves you.
I guess so.
But you don't love it?
It's not that I don't love it. I don't love staying downtown for 5 nights.
I feel the same way.
Because you get great sleep when you're in your bed at home. And I'm not complaining about it. I mean, the job's got to be done, and that's what we're here for. I mean, the three of us, we're up for it. We'll see you at Dugan's tonight, all right?
Hey.
Let's hope they can get back open. You've done a great job. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I mean, the whole weather team has done a great job.
And the important thing is, even though the snow has stopped and we might see some of it melting, I mean, there's just too much of it and no way it's going to get clear. So that's why several major school districts across the state have already canceled school tomorrow. You've got Little Rock leading the charge, Conway, Jacksonville, North Pulaski, Pine Bluff, Searcy Scholes. No, it's just school district.
Searcy School District. You guys know what we mean.
Yeah, indeed. Lake Hamilton, Hot Springs, all of the Garland County schools have all checked in as being checked out tomorrow. Many of them will be checked out on Tuesday as well.
Yes, we've had some people call into our newsroom letting us know about closures, and our THV11 digital team is keeping our website updated as those closure announcements come on in. So you can see the full list right now on thv11.com/closings. Also, you can text the word closings to 501-376-1111 and we'll send a link to your phone. So that phone number does multiple things. You can text your pictures to it too.
Absolutely. We've got over at the airport, we've been watching the great scenes from Journey Taylor in Weather Force 11, but it has been quiet over there. Clinton National listing 45 canceled flights for today. They managed to get one out to Phoenix a couple of hours ago, so there's a handful of delayed arrivals also due this afternoon. About a dozen arrivals from major carriers still scheduled tonight, but only a handful of flights still on the board to leave this evening. If you booked on Southwest, they've scrubbed all of those to this point today. Always remember, check your specific airline before you head over there.
And unfortunately, with all the snow and sleet, while it's pretty to look at, it's causing some major damage. This is the Murphy USA gas station in Benton. The roof completely collapsed under the weight of the ice and snow. And I mean, it almost looks like something you'd see during tornado coverage. It really looks like that. It looks like it's picked apart. I haven't seen that since tornado coverage. But thankfully, we haven't heard of any injuries from this incident, but the damage is definitely going to take a while to clean up.
They always have good gas prices at that one particular Murphy's. I know all the good. I know all the good gas, cheap gas prices between here and Hot Springs. And
not the good one.
We need this one to get back up and running, right, Tom?
Prices as well as the rooftop really falling at this time, right? I'm sorry, that's too soon. I know, really too soon. You bring up a good point though, because snow is something that's typically light and fluffy, and the drier snow, of course, has very little weight. But what got us was that 4, 5, 6 inches of sleet. That's a lot of weight. And you see the results. You've got the boat docks collapsing. You've got that rooftop collapsing. I've actually seen a couple of carports, those middle carports, can't hold the weight. So that's what's happening with the sleet and the snow. It's over with. It's done. We have a beautiful shot outside looking at I-630. There's a little traffic there, and you can see a little bit of where the snow has melted off in some roadway. But for the most part, downtown Little Rock is a winter wonderland, and there's nobody out on the roads. Yeah. Let's keep it that way. How about that? But eventually we're going to have to break it all up and get back to normal, aren't we? So let's talk about the snow amounts and snow totals. It was an efficient winter storm. It's finished, and the clouds are beginning to roll out of here, and temperatures will drop off. We got the third part of this, which is some extremely cold air that's going to come in tonight. Low temperatures just above zero for about the northern half of the state. Let's get to it. In terms of precipitation, most of it has moved out. There might be a snowflake or two in some of the cloud cover that we have drifting across northwest Arkansas. There might even be a little snowflake there in southwest Arkansas. Another disturbance that's very weak. It's not really expected to do much except just kind of drift on by. Very, very light amounts of precipitation. Not going to add insult to injury this time around. Let's talk about snow and ice reports. For about the northern half of Arkansas, it was snow mixed with sleet, and it was mainly sleet south. There was a couple of places we picked up some snow and freezing rain. Our neighbors to the east and south had a hefty ice storm last night and today, and it's now beginning to move out of the way. In the wake of that, we've had some good totals of ice and snow, sleet and snow. Let's start you off with our winners. Mount Nebo, Witt Springs, and Siloam Springs in northwest Arkansas, all with 12 inches. North Little Rock National Weather Service, 10, a little over 10.5. Gibson, 9.8. Swifton up in Jackson County, 9.5. Beebe picked up 8. Islandtown in Jackson County with 8. Batesville, a little over 7.5. Greers Ferry, Cleburne County, 7 inches of snow and sleet. Dover, 5.5 inches. Conway, 5. Petit Jean State Park, just under 5. And Scott, which is in Pulaski County, just to our east, a little less than 5 inches. Another page and some good totals. I think that storm totals Verified for some and over-verified for others. Again, very efficient snow-making system. High-level clouds, or at least cloud cover, beginning to move out. This is our visible satellite. The white that's left behind is, in fact, the sleet and the snow. The cloud cover has broken up enough to get some sunshine. We're up to 23 in Little Rock this hour. It's 25 in DeQueen, 16 in Harrison, but if the skies clear out tonight, the temperatures are going to plummet. Wind chill values outside feel just above zero up in Harrison and Fayetteville, teens and 20s with still a bit of a stiff breeze out of the northeast. We still have the extreme cold warning tonight for wind chill values of -10 to -20. This goes into effect, or actually was in effect over the weekend and will continue through Tuesday next week. And let's take a look at those lows forecast. 0 Clinton tomorrow, 2 above in Mountain Home, Fayetteville 6 below, Little Rock 5. El Dorado 12. This is going to be the coldest night. The heat that builds up during the day, the snow is just going to reflect it back into space. So typically when you have snow-covered ground, you're going to have the coldest mornings. Slow forecast for Tuesday morning. We're looking at single digits of teens across the region. And then Wednesday, we begin around that corner. We begin to warm up a little bit, teens and 20s. But still cold, still below freezing. Anything that we have that melts off during the day is going to refreeze quickly at night. Let's hope RDOT and those guys can clear most of it out of the way. The other thing that's going to be tricky, just to touch on this, now they're taking care of the main and the secondary roads, but it's really your driveways and your neighborhood roads that need the attention. You got to be able to get out of those roads to get to those roads, right? So don't expect schools in a lot of places to be back anytime soon until all this stuff melts off. The other thing, we've been dealing with burn bans across the state. I don't think there was enough moisture that fell to alleviate all of them, but some of them will be knocked out. Back to the wind chill forecast tomorrow morning when you wake up. Let's hope that it's from home and you don't have to get out of this. Wind chill values below zero. They'll come above zero Tuesday. Wednesday it'll get better. And we'll continue to see temperatures improve. We'll be above freezing a few days this week, but we'll drop back below freezing by the end of the week. Extreme cold warning, low of 5 in Little Rock under mainly clear skies. 25 for tomorrow. Some sunshine that will help to melt off or thaw out some of those roadways. Weather impact alert continues Monday and Tuesday because of the cold temperatures. We're going to warm up, but notice our readings will be well below average, I should say, for this time of year, with lows in the teens and highs only in the upper 20s to low to mid 30s. Lots of sunshine coming up this week. We should not have to deal with another round of wintry precipitation, guys.
I saw your latest update video about some kind of shed collapsing there in Saline County. Can you describe to me what happened? Was it just the weight of the ice and the snow?
Yeah, we were warned early that the density of the precipitation that falls would be great towards the far end of the scale for density and snow, and then just copious amounts of sleet mixed with the occasional freezing rain. And it just was too much for our structure. It's about a 300-foot equipment shed. Also, there are other structures similar in type that have collapsed around Saline County also. I know the city of Benton, their equipment shed also succumbed to the weight of the sleet and snow and all other things, along with some commercial structures in Saline County. Talk to
Dave Parker, spokesperson for RDOT, joining us now. Dave, thanks so much for being with us today and yesterday and Friday and probably more into the week as we try to get rid of this stuff. Sunday, been a more challenging day. Obviously, you guys did a lot of work on Saturday, and then Mother Nature, once again, trying to ruin things.
Yeah, we took a step back overnight. We knew we would because we made a little progress Saturday afternoon, but then Mother Nature dumps another 3, 4, 5 inches of sleet and snow and kind of put us behind starting out today. But I think we'll catch up and maybe, get a little progress today, get one passable lane on the interstates here around Little Rock. And we're just going to focus on the primary roads. Those secondary roads are still going to be difficult, so not encouraging people to get out at all.
Absolutely. This one was so unique because the storm hit on a Friday night into Saturday on a weekend.
Yeah.
We've done these before where they hit Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. How much does it help you guys, and how much does it speed up now that most of the precipitation, it feels like, is getting out of the state?
That was was probably the only good thing for us, is that it hit primarily on the weekend where most people were home, no school, of course, and less people working. But that did help. But then it was followed by bitter cold. So none of this is going to thaw until probably Tuesday. I think we may get, good temperatures above freezing and some sunshine. That will help us a lot. But then we've got refreeze. It's going to be really cold Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So this is a long one. I mean, normally it's kind of comes in, we get 2-3 inches. It's sunny and 35 the next day, and away we go. But this one's going to stick around a while. We're kind of in that frozen tundra, if you will, for at least 48 more hours.
Can you talk too about how the temperatures, I mean, we talked about it, they're not getting above freezing, and they're not just below freezing, they're way below freezing. How much does that impact your guys trying to get this thing done?
It's just more difficult. I mean, think about it. If your hands don't work as much, you're already a little tired. Now you're out there trying to handle that big equipment, large snow plows. You've got to focus. Your hands don't move as well. You don't move as well. Our equipment breaks down quicker. It just takes longer. If something normally would take 4 to 6 hours for us to plow, you can almost double that. We just don't move as well when it's 5 degrees.
I know we've said it before and we'll continue to say, but to hit the point home, if you don't have to get out, folks need to remember that you guys are doing this mainly for those first responders that have to be out and get to work when they need to get to work too.
Yeah, I mean, nurses, doctors, police, fire, truck drivers, we got to keep freight moving. We're in that part of the country. But just one little accident, if you want to get out and look around, if you get stuck, stalled vehicle, that can cause a huge backup, and we can't get to that road to clear it if your car is stuck on the interstate. So just hold off, today. Tomorrow, I'm sure schools will be canceled if they haven't already. I'm hoping more people can work either remote or not at all, possibly. Give us another day to get through this.
Absolutely. Great advice, great information. Thank you, sir, so much. Little to no sleep over this weekend, working your tail off. We so appreciate it, keeping folks tuned in and doing the right thing. We will be speaking this week, I know for sure. Thank you again.
Thank you.
With this obviously being a winter storm event, describe the electric cooperatives of Arkansas and the role that y'all take during an event like this.
Sure. In an event like this nature, we actually begin preparing usually 7 to 10 days ahead of time whenever the meteorologists like Tom Brannon point out issues to us so we know what's coming, which we appreciate greatly. We begin preparing by ensuring that our warehouses are full with the equipment that we need, the materials that we need to restore power as quickly and safely as possible in the event of a power outage. During this current storm, we're actually prepared for basically almost like a nuclear war, and it ended up being more of a thunderstorm, which is a good thing for Arkansans, by the way. We're very happy with the way the storm turned out. We're now entering a phase where we're preparing crews to get ready to go help our friends and neighbors in surrounding states. Tennessee, for instance, has about 250,000 people without power at this time. I was just on the phone with my colleague at the Tennessee Electric Cooperatives, and he was very much appreciative of the call to offer assistance. We will dispatch crews once we're 100% sure that we're safe here in Arkansas. And our guys, as I mentioned earlier today on the morning show, we have NFL grade players that are ready to play. And unfortunately, they just got to play high school football. So they're ready to go. Nobody's on the injured reserve list. They're all ready to play, and they're just excited to go help people get their power back on, because quite frankly, that's what they live to do. They love to help people, and they're ready to go.
It's a good analogy about the NFL players. I like that. I'm definitely going to ask more about other states because it does seem like Arkansas got a little bit lucky. But first, I just want to ask in a little more detail, describe what kind of conditions Arkansas saw and how that's affecting or not affecting the power.
Yeah, Arkansas, we basically escaped the wrath of on the show Landman, that guy's ex-wife that's now his kind of wife. We basically escaped her wrath. We were able to just skate through, and we didn't have many outages. We had some minor outages in South Arkansas, A couple of substations tripped yesterday, but we were able to get the power back on quickly and safely. We were very, very, very pleased with the situation. In my 24 years of doing this, I've seen it go south very quickly. And unfortunately, this time the storm did go south, and it impacted southern Arkansas. But we got very lucky this time. This is an instance in which I'm very proud to say Arkansas was last. We were last in power outages compared to our surrounding states.
What I kind of wanted to ask about, you mentioned Tennessee, and I know you're not over other states, so only talk about what you feel comfortable. But, all the surrounding states around us, Tennessee and others, what have we seen? It seems like it's a lot worse.
Yeah, our surrounding states, they're experiencing outages right now. As the storm moved through Arkansas, we got lucky, as I previously said, with regards to the way the precipitation came down. I've got emails and text and quite frankly, a phone call or two from my colleagues in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Georgia. Georgia is experiencing some pretty strong outages right now, especially the metro Atlanta area, larger population areas. Tennessee has about 250,000 out. Mississippi, last time I looked, they had about 125,000 out. I'm fully expecting Georgia to experience much more outages. I'm guessing it's freezing rain. I'm not there. I can't tell for sure. But our crews, our electric co-op crews in Arkansas are ready to roll, and they will head out to help these people as quickly as possible. Once we're sure that Arkansas is in the clear, our guys are like ready to go. They're ready to go play, and they want to go help people. That's just what they do.
I wanted to ask about Arkansas one more time. I mean, obviously, maybe this is a tough prediction to make, but is there any chance that Arkansas continues to see more power outages, or would those have pretty much already happened at this point? Are we through the worst of it? What would you say there?
If I had a crystal ball and I could tell you what's going to happen in the future, I'd be a very wealthy man. Unfortunately, I'm not. In our business, we always hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And quite frankly, that's what we're doing right now, optimistically, which I am. I think we're through with the storm, but you never know. Mother Nature can be kind of tricky. She can be rather moody, and we'll just see what she throws at us. But I'll guarantee you this: whatever she throws at us, we're gonna get your power back on very quickly and very safely.
And for maybe the 6,000 or so, I guess, that have lost it, or, just for others in the state who are still concerned, are there any power related tips you have or anything you want to share with people?
The main thing I would suggest for people, first and foremost, if there's a down power line, stay away from it. Watch your children outside. I know they're wanting to get outside and play in the snow and everything, and it's great and fun. If there's a down power line, have them stay away from it. Contact your local utility very quickly and let them know what's going on so we can come out and get that addressed. The loss of any life during a storm like this is one life too many, quite frankly. 2 weeks from now, it'll probably be 60 degrees in Arkansas, warm and sunny. And people will think, how long ago was that storm? So let's just make sure that we stay safe, we stay happy, and we just enjoy each other during this time.
I saw your latest update video about some kind of shed collapsing there in Saline County. Can you describe to me what happened? Was it just the weight of the ice and the snow?
Yeah, we were warned early that the density of the precipitation that falls would be great. Towards the far end of the scale for density and snow, and then just copious amounts of sleet mixed with the occasional freezing rain. And it just was too much for our structure. It's about a 300-foot equipment shed. Also, there are other structures similar in type that have collapsed around Saline County also. I know the city of Benton, their equipment shed also succumbed to the weight of the sleet and snow and all other things, along with some commercial structures in Saline County. I've talked to some judges around our area that they have experienced similar circumstances as well.
Okay, and how are the roads there in Saline County? I know the best advice is just to stay off of them. What have you guys encountered?
You know, the roads are horrible. I think that gets thrown around a lot, and people say I hear that all the time, anytime there's just a little bit of sleet or ice. These roads are terrible. I'm so proud of our citizens in Saline County. And I know that cabin fever can be rough, but please, please encourage each other to stay home and stay safe. That is the safest thing to do at this point. Our road crews, along with our friends at RDOT and our surrounding cities, are doing the absolute best that they can. And really, what we're doing at this point is trying to chip away to hopefully get to where we need to be. But the success we see also presents itself with dangers. There are areas where the snow is the best traction that we're going to get. And when it's removed, if you travel on that before we're able to come back and clear the ice that's underneath it, you put yourself in great danger. It is a process for us to work towards where we want to get, but there's not one swipe of any snowplow or pardon me, or road grader that's going to get us to where we need to be. So please stay off the roads and streets, stay home, and stay safe.
What are your main concerns at this point in time? Is it just the refreezing aspect of all of this?
Yeah, I think over the next week we're going to see a lot of refreezing of what has been thawed out. Now the deal is it's going to be feel very brief times in which the sun will have its way, probably starting Tuesday, but that does bring slush that then refreezes overnight. That gets us right back to where we are. We have to be persistent and diligent in what we do, and the cooperation from those that are home now, please just continue to stay home. We look like this is going to be at least a week's worth of fighting the battle that has come down over the last couple of days.
Do you have additional crews working around the clock trying to plow streets and all of that?
You know, there are times where it's futile when it's coming down so hard, and we feel like those times are over, that we will be able to work longer hours. But last night is an example. All we're doing is put ourselves at risk when we have these torrential downpours of sleet and frozen precipitation that's coming down. I told somebody the other day, it's like asking somebody to dry off in a shower that's on full blast. Your towel's going to do you no good at all. So we came in to protect our equipment, to protect our personnel, and really working on how we can enhance the impact of what we do, and that's in times like what we find today. The minimal traffic is extremely helpful to us. When you have passing vehicles, it can be problematic. So again, I know I keep saying it over and over, but I can't say it enough. Stay home. That's the biggest help for us.
And lastly, I want to touch on the county warming center. What update can you give us on that? Are people taking advantage of that and staying warm?
Yeah, they are. I don't know what our last numbers were, but we had close to 30 stay the night last night. We expect those numbers to increase. We have a warm spot. We have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We have amazing volunteers that are able to serve. Another reason that we're so proud of Saline County and what we do to show up to serve those within our county and surrounding areas that need a warm place to be taken care of, and that will be open. We've just extended those hours until 10 a.m. on Monday, next Monday. And that is because of the impending forecast that we're getting of dangerously low temperatures.
Good. It is so important to have a place like that people can rely on. And can you remind our viewers of that address? Where can they find that warming center?
917 Northeast Street at the Northside Church of Christ. If I can, Brooke, I want to say something else. About noon today, I gave a verbal declaration to the state of a disaster emergency. What this does for Saline County is it enables us to mobilize resources that we may need, also our friends within the cities of Saline County, to be able to get those resources that we need that may help us towards the effects of this winter storm.
Okay, good information there. Good to know. Is there anything else that you feel is important that we didn't talk about?
I think we've covered it all. Be patient with us, please. I promise you, we are giving it everything that we can for the best results for the people we serve. And we appreciate you for reaching out, and we appreciate our citizens of Saline County.
All right. Thank you so much, Judge Brumley. I hope you and yours stay safe and warm. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Continuing here on the TH311 Plus stream, glad you have joined us on this cold Sunday afternoon as we give you a tour and a bird's eye view of different places around Arkansas today. This one from high above Cabot, where an old friend of ours here at TH311, Jake Pendergast, sent us along this drone footage.
Winter Wonderland. That's what it's all about here in Arkansas. Really pretty to look at.
We hope you are staying safe. The Arkansas National Guard on the move, trying to keep us all safe as we go through these now day 2 of this storm. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders deploying nearly 170 Guard members after declaring a state of emergency. Teams positioned at state police headquarters locations, including Newport, Jonesboro, Harrison, and Forest City. They're monitoring road conditions, standing by to assist with any downed trees or power lines, as well as keeping an eye on a couple of water systems around the state.
We've been doing is we've actually been cooperating with the Arkansas State Police, but over the next 24 hours, we anticipate that we're going to have some downed trees. So we're going to have clearance teams with chainsaws, and we're also expecting power outages. And so we have large generators to help restore the power to key facilities.
As you look at the numbers that the Guard is throwing at this storm, we do know that out in Lee County in East Arkansas, they are closely monitoring a situation with their water system there. The 168 troops deployed are a part of 28 response teams. They're cruising around in Humvees. This will be the first time since January of 2023 where the Guard has had to respond statewide to a winter weather event.
We have teams spread out across several counties this afternoon, including Jefferson County. That's where we find THV11's Carter Thweet.
Yeah, he's been having a lot of fun down there, perhaps too much fun. And we've been looking for people who can finally get those plows out and about. It looks like you found them, right, Carter?
Yeah, Rolly, we did, and I want to tell you guys about that experience in just a second, but some things I want y'all to see in the city of Pine Bluff. Number one, it's obvious there's snow all around me. City and Jefferson County officials that we talked to were worried that they might just get sleet and freezing rain, but obviously, as you can see around me, that has not been the case. Now, the second thing I want you to see is right over here, this massive pile of snow. It really has no news value whatsoever, but it's just really, really cool. And there's some massive chunks of ice right here. The urge to step up on it is massive, but that would probably be a bad idea. But look at this thing. I mean, this is unbelievable. It's bigger than my head. So this is just really outstanding. And the third thing I want you guys to see, if we take a look over here, it's something that I haven't seen since I got to Pine Bluff. it's a pavement siding. And the reason for that is because there are two guys who are going around and plowing these parking lots, and I think they're doing an outstanding job because, like I said, I'm seeing pavement for the first time in a while. So we talked to them earlier, and that interview is coming up. But I'm going to have some fun with this massive chunk of ice I found. So in Jefferson County, I'm Carter Thweet with THV 11 News.
It looks like Arkansas.
It looks
does
like
it
the state
not?
of Arkansas. You got to get your ice sculpting skills working there.
That's
Carter.
amazing.
Fun stuff. Now, it's not all fun and games right now. We'll look forward to those guys who are doing plowing, but there have been some spots that have taken damage because of the heavy, you saw that chunk of ice there. Imagine that plowing down on the top of a thing like a dock or something like that.
From Greer's Ferry down to Lake Hamilton and everywhere in between, including Pulaski County, we have seen boat docks collapsing. Catherine Rowley is in Pulaski County, West Little Rock, where some people in houseboats had to be evacuated. Tell us more, Catherine.
Hey Brooke, I'm actually going to show you this, put this piece down, but this is actually the top layer of the snow that's accumulated right next to me. So you can just imagine this on top of a dock or an awning over a dock. So we're here at the Little Rock Marina where early this morning around 5 o'clock, fire crews were actually called for a structure collapse. Again, this happened earlier this morning, so overnight temperatures got pretty cold. A lot of people told me that they woke up to hearing pops, and that's when they woke up and saw this. 22 people total had to be evacuated. 6 were actually evacuated from their boats via the water. There's a duck hunter out here that helped fire be able to get them out of their boats. These people are all no longer able to be in their boats. A lot of them are having to find different options right now, and actually a lot of them were here during the storm to watch their boats and make sure that there was no damage. One boat is completely sunk, and since we've been out here since about 2:15, 2:30, we've actually heard the structure kind of continue to pop and snap, and I've actually seen some of the paneling continue to fall in. We talked to the West Pulaski Fire Department, who said that from when he got here this morning to now, it's significantly worse. This is probably the first time he's seen something like this here at the marina. But we will continue to kind of monitor this situation. Tonight at 10, we will hear from the fire chief as well as some boat owners that were here when it collapsed. And we also have some videos to show you, so make sure you watch THV 11 News at 10 in West Little Rock. Catherine Rowley, THV 11 News.
All right, serious situation there, Catherine. And also, it has actually turned deadly, this storm. We're getting news now that a 17-year-old in Saline County has died after a sledding mishap, apparently being pulled by an ATV down there, tubing behind it, and struck a tree. So, unfortunately, the things that can happen in conditions like this, a reminder, everybody, please be careful as you go out there, not only from the cold, but also from just the dangers that can happen when we get conditions like this.
And I know it was all supposed to be fun, but a lot can go wrong. So yeah, our thoughts and prayers are with that family right now for sure. Just everyone stay safe.
Indeed, and that applies to the roads as well. We've got Weather Force 11, which is able to make it around on streets like they are right now. Journey Taylor has been keeping an eye on those things for us.
Yeah, Journey, what's it like out there right now? You were cruising around the airport not too long ago.
Oh, well, we have made it quite a distance from the airport in Little Rock. We are now in Cabot. And I don't get a chance to come out to Cabot often, so I don't really have a big idea of where I am right now, but I can tell you I'm on Main Street. I'm going to turn the camera around, and the streets don't look as clear as they do more so in the middle of the metro and the Little Rock area, but I know the resources are, of course, different. I actually think I see someone coming down now with a blade on the front of this van here, but it's not down, carving the ice. But a little more action, a little more movement out here, people getting out. I will tell you that the highway, which is 440, wasn't bad. It wasn't as bad, but still about the same. Cars are doing a little bit better. You just every once in a while have that one driver who's just like, oh, I have it just because I have four-wheel drive. But other than that, not much to report. Like I said, the last time we checked in the airport, looked good, that they were operating, but I'm sure once it gets a little darker, they may slow some of those flights coming in down or taking off. Not a lot to update, but I'll continue to change the camera around if you guys want to stick with us to get a better look at what's happening out here in Cabot.
Good stuff, Journey. Yeah, we've been getting those pictures from you. We've been scrolling around to different RDOT cameras and also getting pictures from you folks at home, how you are enjoying the weather conditions right now.
That's right. My husband has been sending me pictures of our dog, Honey, out in the snow in her little pink turtleneck. I'm hoping that it'll come up on this feed we have rolling through. He did text it to 501-376-1111, and you can too. It's really easy. Just show us what's happening in your neck of the woods. We'd love to see it. Look at that beautiful sight in Holland. We'll have much more after this break.
Continuing on here on THV 11 Plus, folks, finding fun ways to enjoy this winter storm. This is Nikki Phillips in Russellville sending us this video, sledding with her dog.
Goals. Goals.
You know,
what kind of dog? That's almost a honey-like dog.
My dog, Bo would do that. He'd get in the little sled and go down the hill with Sophia.
That's so sweet.
I bet you Honey would do it too.
Oh, she'd be clinging on to me for dear life. I think she'd be scared. Yeah, Honey's my Yorkie, for those of you who don't know. I talk about her any chance I get.
And she did make the
She popped
picture
up.
roll, yes.
Yes, my husband texted in a picture to 501-376-1111. You can too. I want to see all the dog photos. It makes me excited.
Absolutely. We are so glad you could be with us here on THV 11 Plus as we continue to stream. Headed up towards the 5:30 news, and as the game comes down to crunch time there, Patriots just made a big first down, so we think we might be on time for that to join the broadcast audience. But you, Tom, have been out and about.
Yeah, I am uploading okay, that's a new project. Where is it? Oh, there it is right there.
There it is.
We've got a fella out here in the lot who's cleaning out the parking lot for us. Got
Big.
one of those skid steers. Oh, Z to the rescue here at THV. I had to go out and rescue Simone. She was leaving for the day. And, you know, they pile up these big, huge pots. Is my mic turned off?
No, you're on.
It sounds like it. Is it not on? I don't know what. I guess the battery died. I didn't turn
Is it
it
coming
on.
through my microphone? Sorry.
I don't know what happened. I guess, you know, when I went outside and got cold, and that battery probably went zap. It's coming back,
So I'll continue to go like this.
Yeah.
I'll just talking to Rolly. So, yeah, we've got folks out trying to get our parking lot arrangement situated, and Simone couldn't get out. He had piled up a huge pile of snow by the gate, so I opened the gate up so that he could push it on out.
Yeah.
And we have four-wheel drive vehicles here at THV 11. Simone is driving one of those, and she had problems moving along, getting stuck.
That tells you something.
Yeah. As soon as that sun sets tonight, everything's going to freeze up solid, anything that melted today.
But I love the blue sky we're seeing. That's the
I do
one
too.
bright side, no pun intended.
No, that was fun there. I could definitely intend it.
Okay.
But we do worry about it refreezing back up, and these conditions are going to last through the next couple of days, and that's why several school districts have already gone ahead and canceled for today and for tomorrow. Little Rock is leading the way. We've heard now from North Little Rock. They've been kind of holding out throughout this afternoon, but finally saw their email come in. All the big school districts around town and around the metro. If you need to get a complete list,
Our digital team here at THV 11 is keeping it updated as those closure announcements roll on in. You can see the full list right now on thv11.com/closings.
All right, so finishing up my little video there. By the way, we do these what are called vertical videos. I'm beating the young punks. I've done like 7 today already. So the old man is taking them to the cleaners here. Yeah, no, I really haven't done that many, but I have done a few. Beautiful outside. I'd like to bottle it up and add about 35 degrees and melt all this stuff off. And as we were talking about schools, I think if we had to guess, at least Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday in some places until this melts off, because everything's a solid sheet out there. And what you've got, Rolly and Brooke, is you had this initial layer, had a little freezing rain, and on top of that, you had a little bit of sleet, then some snow, then sleet on top of that, a little more snow. You've got basically a multi-layer cake, and it's frozen, and that middle layer is about that thick in the parking lot. So it's not going anywhere. Let's take a look at what's happening. And somebody changed my camera shot around at what looks like an airport. Is that our airport? Roger, or whoever changed that around? All right. Okay, good, okay, fine. I don't see any airplanes. They're not flying, Roger. Come on, Roger. Okay, just giving him a hard time. Radar loop shows not much in the way of anything happening. Precipitation has moved out. We got one last little disturbance, very weak, maybe kick off a few snow flurries. That is it. But we had a lot of snow flurries, a lot of snow, a lot of sleet. Here are the totals. Let's run through them for you. Find your favorite location. They continue to roll in. The big winners are Mount Nebo State Park. Witt Springs, Siloam Springs in far northwest Arkansas. National Weather Service in Pulaski County and North Little Rock, 10.6 inches of snow. And Gibson, 10.1. That just updated a few moments ago. These are the latest snow and sleet totals, not just snow. There's a lot of sleet mixed in as well. Beebe, White County, 8 inches. Islandtown, Jackson County, 8 inches. Greers Ferry, 7 inches. It seemed as if there was a little bit more in central Arkansas than some north central Arkansas areas. Northwest Arkansas, again, achieving mostly snow with a few sleet pellets mixed in, and their numbers were up a little bit higher. Dover and Pope County, 5.5. You've got Conway, Faulkner County, 5. And Scott over in eastern Pulaski County picking up just under 5. And a couple of more pages coming your way. Find your favorite location. Searcy, 6.3. Centerville, Yell County, 5.5. And there you go. That's all the numbers that we have at this time. Be sure you report those numbers to the National Weather Service. And they also have a way that you can take a snow measurement that is the correct way of doing things. Now it's just going to be cold. And our temperatures, as soon as the sunset, will drop from the 20s into the teens. And we're going to go all the way down. Tomorrow morning when you wake up, it could be as cold as 5 degrees to start the morning here in Little Rock. We're at 24 here, 15 in Harrison, 21 Mena, 24 to Queen. In Monticello, 24. Jonesboro, 21. Weather impact alert days continue through Tuesday because of that extremely cold air. It's been a 1-2-3 punch. We had round 1 then round 2. This is round 3. Round 3 is the cold that is settling in. 5 to start your day tomorrow, only 25. But although we're only going to make it to 25, the important thing is we've got a lot of sunshine for Monday and for Tuesday. We get above freezing. That's going to help a lot. But the sun sets, temperatures drop. We start Wednesday at 14, but we should make it to 34. There will be another frontal boundary next week. The front just going to reinforce cold, dry conditions. And we do have an extreme cold warning in effect because of these wind chill values. Your wind chill value today has been ranging from just above 0 to the teens. There you go. Extreme cold warning coming up through Tuesday. Here's the way things shape up. First of all, lows tomorrow morning just above 0. I got told I didn't say Hot Springs enough. There you go. Hot Springs, 9. Does that sound like a good thing for you tomorrow, Rolly? 9 in Hot Springs, or any of the family that's in Hot Springs? Rolly's not with family tomorrow, he's with us.
Yeah, I'm hanging out up here, but nine's a good number for like a baseball player, but not for the temperature.
Yeah, that was Wade Boggs, wasn't it? Wasn't he 9 or 1-8? No, he was 18, wasn't he?
You got me.
I'm a Red Sox fan. You're a Yankee fan.
He was for both teams, so I got to remember that number next time.
7 Mena for tomorrow morning. Also had a call. Tom, you don't talk about Yell County enough. Well, I've got Russellville and Polk County, and because Russellville's name's so long, I can't put Dardanelle or Danville here, but you're going to be close to 5 tomorrow morning. 6 tomorrow in Batesville, 4 Jonesboro, 10 Pine Bluff. And the wind chill values are going to make it feel even colder. We begin to rebound a bit Tuesday and Wednesday. How about your wind chill values looking ahead? It's going to feel pretty cold tomorrow, very cold, bitterly cold. Don't stop streaming your faucets, not for a while. Ranging from 17 below 0 in terms of the wind chill to 2 above in Camden, 5 in El Dorado. Wind chill forecast for Tuesday, we're getting just a little bit better. More improvement coming our way, little by little by little. The extreme cold warning continues tonight. We will have some clouds from time to time. That disturbance as it swings across the state will provide us with some cloud cover, but I think otherwise we'll see the clouds clear out of here late tonight, early tomorrow, enough to let that number drop into the single digits. Now tomorrow's high 25. Some sunshine. That is going to help to melt the ice and the snow that you have for the most part. As we look ahead, here's the next 7 days with frigid conditions and mostly sunny skies all the way over these next couple of days. Heading into next week, we do rebound a bit, but the bad news is the next shot of cold air coming in next Friday, Saturday will drop our temperatures back into the 20s. And, it seems like the middle of January, but I woke up this morning and it was January the 25th. Right?
Yeah, a month ago was Christmas. Imagine if we had a white Christmas.
Oh, I know
this was
it.
happening then.
This is the last week of the month, and the first week of February is also expected to trend cold.
Okay.
No word yet on any wintry precipitation, but we may in fact finish out the month of January because of these cold numbers, this skew of cold numbers the last week below average. It's very possible below average temperatures for January.
It was one of the things we were watching was Oaklawn taking that winter break that they built into their schedule for the
Good
first
plan.
time.
Good
And
plan.
it looks like they
good
picked the
idea.
dates finally, getting those exactly right.
So
I put on a tie.
Oh, you did. Well,
horses.
for the 5 o'clock show for 5:30. That was a pretty quick change there.
I like your purple.
Well, thank you. You
Wait
guys
a
did a
minute.
great job with the weather there. I think I'm a little disheveled.
I went, since we were here for a few hours in the studio, it's a little cold in here. I took my suit, I tell you what, I'll put my suit jacket on. I didn't bring my tie with me. And I'll get out of the fleece since we're becoming more formal now.
We are professionals.
Formal news.
So the football game has ended. We'll
It
see how many
has.
people stick around as the Patriots got the 10-7 victory over the Denver Broncos and advanced to the Super Bowl.
I was pulling for Denver.
You've been watching all the weather here. Did you see the crazy weather they get?
The snow picked up there in the second half
Yeah.
as if it was snatching that victory away from Denver. You would think in Colorado, the Rockies, Denver should know how to play football in the snow, right? Let me ask you a very important question.
Bring that.
What is our plan for the rest of this half hour leading up into the newscast?
We had Carter, who's been having so much fun down in Jefferson County. He ran into some folks who have been helping plow down there.
Plow party.
That's right. So let's see what he
plow party.
sent back to us from down in Jefferson County.
We're here in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and I'm joined by two guys who are doing some pretty incredible work. Nick, if you could turn around and get this real quick, I just want to show you what they're doing. This is the first pavement that I've seen in a while, and it's because of these two guys, I imagine. So we'll start with this. If y'all would just give me your first and last names.
Reginald Adams.
All right, and you?
Jarek Whitted.
All right, and what company are y'all with?
Whitted Enterprises.
Whitted Enterprises. Okay, awesome. So we'll just start with this. Y'all tell me, take me through the method of what y'all do. How do you get it looking like this?
What we do, we got two skid steers cleaning the parking lots. You got to kind of run one behind the other when to clean the snow off because the ice is on the bottom. And then we clean the lots up, and then we throw salt on the front doors and entryways and parking lots, driveways, so that way everybody can try to get in and out.
Okay, and I understand you get the snow off, but then they always say, you know, you can't plow ice, and the ice is still there. So what do y'all do about the ice when it's down there?
Well, we usually just take it, and if the sun comes out and help us, then we'll be pretty good on the ice. But after that refreezes, then it's back to the regular natural when it unthaws. But you have all the ice and snow off, so that way it'll be helpful a whole lot for people to get in and out.
Okay, awesome. And is it like restaurants, you know, getting y'all to clean parking lots and things? What kind of work do y'all do?
Well, some restaurants, some businesses that they want to open, and you can't get on the lots at this particular time, and we're trying to get them where they can get the people on the lot so we can continue to get the people fed.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. And do y'all take some pride in your work? Because this is some of the best I've seen. Y'all feel like you do a pretty good job?
We do a great job. Yes, we do a lot of extra work, and you know, try to make it, you know, if you spend the money, you try to get it done where you can get your customers in, because so many restaurants are closed, so that way they see the parking lot done, that way they can come on in and try to get their food and get back to the house before it get cold.
All right, and last question I want to ask y'all, because y'all, I imagine, are kind of experts on this with how you deal with roads and pavement. What are the roads looking like here in Pine Bluff?
The roads out now, as the sun goes down, it's going to be very hard to get around. So if you got anything you need to get grocery stores, try to get it last minute and get on back home, because the roads, this don't take much to get stuck. You have a lot of cars got stuck on Olive Street, so it's getting bad, and that way you can try to get home, be safe.
Yeah, people need to be careful for sure. We're going to continue reporting on the conditions here in Pine Bluff, Jefferson County. For now, though, I'm Carter Thweet with THV 11 News.
Yeah, you can relate to helping someone stuck in the snow, Rolly.
Yeah.
Rolly was a
Rolly's
superhero.
out today.
No, but you use your muscles.
With that and Roger, our
Roger
director
helped
who's
too.
on this show today.
What were you doing?
I was pointing the camera at them while we
You
were
were
on a
getting
meeting. I was
It was important.
working.
You were getting the
I
content
was
of
being,
the
you know, the
day.
reporter in me came out, and instead of my selfie mode I was on, I just flipped it around. I was like, hey guys, look at Rolly and Roger. They're saving the day.
Well, you can see here, Rolly, his years of experience in driving in stuff like this. So I think if you're going to ask anybody what you should do, because I've seen four-wheel drive vehicles spin out a little bit. What can we do to drive in this stuff? I mean, there's a few of us that have to. We have to go from A to B.
It just depends on your car, but at this point, if you have to go out, give everybody plenty of space. Turn off traction control. It sounds weird, especially if you got front wheel drive. Turn off traction control. Give yourself momentum when you have it. turn into skids. I've been waiting for the chance to practice that. I've always heard that. You always heard turn into the skid.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that, but
Well, you might get the opportunity tonight after
Yeah.
the 10 o'clock news when we head back to the place we call home.
yeah, so we have been for the last
hotel.
couple of days, and we
Yeah.
appreciate all the help there. Their crews have been doing a great job. But you see them all around, the folks who have made it into work. Credit to them who have gone through this and helped us out.
Keeping us comfortable.
For sure.
Yeah, be careful out there. We will certainly keep you apprised of any changes that come about with temperature changes, dropping off, refreezing. A little sun helps. I was just happy to see the sunshine today.
I was too. I mean, is it true? I know you've been saying we probably won't get above freezing until what, Tuesday afternoon? Is that what it's looking like
Tuesday,
still?
I think Tuesday by 1, 2 o'clock we'll hit above freezing. High temperature expected to be 37. But the important thing is the sun. With that increasing sun angle, it's becoming a little more direct even this time of year. That will help to melt that bottom layer, especially with asphalt, because whenever you have a body that's dark, like the iPhone, it absorbs more energy and continues to release it. With pavement, concrete, it's reflective. So just think of it like that.
Science.
Yeah.
You
And that's why I
scientist,
was watching the I-30 River Bridge last night on one of the RDOT cams, and I noticed that it froze up quicker than a lot of other things. You got a lot of air underneath it, and it's concrete, and all of the heat's reflected. So
We've all seen the signs, bridges and overpasses freeze first, you know?
Yep. And you'll be going at a decent speed, and then all of a sudden, it might not be ice, it might just be snow, and your tires will just be like...
They freak out.
all of a sudden, the traction is gone, and you're going 180 degrees.
You're like, what do I do? Just don't panic.
Yes.
Try not to panic. Pump the brakes. I've heard that tip before.
Yeah, that
low gear.
Low gear will help you get momentum going. All of this is advice that hopefully you're just sitting at home.
I know. Hopefully you don't have to use this.
Yeah, I don't know. That's been one of the things we've been kind of encouraging. Hey, stay off the roads, and stay off the roads. But truly, they're not friendly out there. Take it from us.
It's dangerous.
And we're close. We're close here, but I felt a little uneasy on the roads this morning.
Yeah, I mean it's. You just be glad that there's no other traffic around. That would be the thing that bothers me. Is like if a bunch of people end up in the same place, then you're like, all right, it's like two ships.
I know. It's like, what are you going to do? What should I do?
And the other thing is that you've got like 18 different stoplights on Capitol. When you go, one's green, one's red. All got to make it to those green ones. And I do have to apologize to Little Rock City officials. Red lights are only a suggestion if there's nobody coming, because if I stop, I'm afraid I'm not going to get going again.
I know. I mean, that's a real fear, especially if it's on a hill.
Don't
stop on a hill.
I remember driving in today. It was like, which of the avenues do we go down? And look up ahead, and we get onto Capitol, and I look up, and it's like, it's going uphill. So
that's the way
let's
I
go another
came.
couple of blocks, to where it's flat.
You went up the little slight
You can
incline.
go up. I think you can go up to 8th, and it's a little flatter.
Yeah.
But I went up. That's just the way I know Capitol. But yeah, you're right. It has a slight, and especially Capitol at Broadway. You're going up. Light turns red. I'm looking. Here we go. I'm not stopping.
Y'all watch out for Tom Brannon.
But there's nobody out there. Luckily, there's nobody out there, and I'm going as slow as I can.
Yeah, we're just trying to be safe.
The other things we need to worry about, because this cold is not going anywhere. If you're just joining us, we're heading up toward our 5:30 newscast as soon as they are done with the football game on CBS. So we'll have the whole gang together, both on the broadcast side and here streaming. But this is some extreme cold weather, not just the wind chills. This is the kind of stuff we've been talking about, worries about pipes and worries about heat for different people.
And here's a question for you. And Leanna talked to her today, and she wanted to do some laundry. And I said, well, should we do that? Because you can't really drip your washer in drier water, right? So you can't drip it. No,
I don't think that's possible.
I don't think it is. So she was just doing a little Google research, and they said if you can wait, don't do it.
Oh, that's a good tip. I didn't know.
Do your laundry.
Just in case there's a block of ice in there.
It's like I guess throwing a clot in case there's a block of ice in there, and there you go.
I've got a house. The problem here in the South is that we don't expect this weather for very long, and so the plumbing is okay often on outside walls. Now, my house, and the plumbing is there on a sunny side of the house. So I feel a little bit better when the temperatures get like this, that all I have to do is just maybe keep a cabinet door open and just, that one stream in a sink somewhere. But there are other houses that, might be smaller houses, might be completely in shade. Dripping the pipes is there for a reason, because if it goes for too long, there's going to be ice buildup in there, and that's going to cause them to expand and then contract, and that's what gives you the leaks.
Yeah, stream all of them, not just a few. Try to find a way to stream them all. I know that the water bill is going to be a little higher, but it's better than, like I say, the $5,000 or $10,000 in repairs, especially if you can't get out and turn your water off at the meter, because now you've got about 8 to 10 inches of ice and snow on top of it, and that makes it that more difficult. Stream your faucets, keep them streaming. Don't stop streaming.
Don't stop.
Don't stop streaming.
Don't stop believing. Don't stop streaming.
Yeah.
Hold on to that feeling.
Don't stop streaming us on THV 11.
That's exactly
Are we
right.
finished? Is it dinner time yet?
We are coming up on that
coming up
newscast.
on
it. Okay.
We're going to take a break here on the stream side. Come back with you at the bottom of the hour. We'll have the broadcast audience with us as well, so we invite you to stick around. In the meantime, enjoy some of the sights and sounds that we have seen and taken in over the last several hours on this Sunday. Thanks so much for joining us here on THV 11 Plus.
Live from Arkansas's streaming leader, this is THV 11 News at 5:30.
Well, the snow has stopped falling, but roads are still a mess on this Sunday. Thank you for joining us tonight. I am Rolly Hoyt alongside Brooke Buckner. We've got this view from Journey Taylor inside Weather Force 11.
The mess still out there, forcing lots of schools to close their doors to start the week. You can find the districts closed right now on THV11.com.
We want to go to Chief Meteorologist Tom Brannon, who's going to
come on over here.
Us. Tom, the snow, as we said, has stopped. Still cold out there. That is the big worry, right?
Yeah, the good news, the winter storm warnings have all expired. The precipitation has stopped, although there's a weak disturbance in Oklahoma that may sling a couple of more snowflakes. The improvement process is beginning. The sunshine today helped a little, more sunshine tomorrow, and warmer temperatures, guys. So let's get to it. Let's take a look at what's happening outside. The end of the day, there's that bank of clouds from that weak disturbance that will be moving over the central part of Arkansas a little later this evening. Again, just a very small chance of some snow flurries from that. But you can see a lot of white out on those roads, lots of ice, and it's compacted pretty heavily, and it's tough to get around in. So yeah, let's hope for better days. Got some sunshine coming up tomorrow that will help to melt that layer, hopefully. There's the next little wave. It's a little batch of some light snow, and it looks as if it's going to move through west central, parts of north central Arkansas, then out of the state. Temperatures, the cold air really begins to settle in tonight as skies clear out behind that little system. Our readings are expected to drop into the single digits. We're at 24 right now, Harrison 15. It's 25 down in Camden. Factoring the wind in, and it feels a lot colder. 3 above Harrison, 11 Little Rock, 25 Camden. Feels like 12 in Jonesboro. Hour by hour tonight, as the numbers drop off, skies will clear out, and by early tomorrow morning, we'll bottom out somewhere around 5 degrees in Little Rock. Some places will be around 0 or maybe even below 0. Weather impact alert for the cold air continues. Sunshine Monday and Tuesday. High temperatures only in the 30s. We get above freezing finally on Tuesday, and that will help further melt what is out there, but the refreeze is going to happen at night. I'll have more on your forecast we'll look at here in just a few minutes.
All right, Tom, thank you. We got a few updates for you tonight, including an Arkansas teenager who has died after a sledding accident.
The Saline County Sheriff's Office confirmed the news today. It happened yesterday. Officials say the 17-year-old was on a tube being pulled by an ATV when they struck a tree.
No other details out of the Saline County Sheriff's Office being released tonight.
And the snow is causing some major damage tonight. This video from Lindsay's Resort in Heber Springs shows just how heavy the ice and snow can be. Their dock collapsed early this morning under all that weight.
No injuries reported. In fact, the dock folks there in a Facebook post said, "We will pivot to accommodate our guests. This will slow us down just a little bit, but we aren't defeated," unquote. Got a similar scene here in Little Rock along the Arkansas River where an awning collapsed onto several houseboats at the Little Rock Yacht Club.
Yeah, Catherine Rowley caught up with some of those people impacted. Catherine?
Hey, Brooke and Rolly, we've moved a little bit closer to the station. We didn't want to get stuck on some of those roads going into the yacht club, but I did. A lot of those people there say that that's where they were staying because of the storm, and they were staying there to actually watch their boats. So it looks just terrible. About 22 people in total were evacuated from their boats, and they're not allowed back right now. The canopy that was overlooking, it was called a structure collapse by the West Pulaski Fire Department, but they are not allowed back on their boats. The structure was continuing to collapse while we were there. The fire chief actually told me that it was worse than this morning when he was originally out. So at 10 we have some sound from them. Also, the Coast Guard is involved making sure that the oil from any of the boats that were hit, one boat was completely sunk. So we have that tonight at 10. And again, the Coast Guard is involved making sure that the environmental cleanup does happen. On our way back, we did see an ambulance that was actually stuck right near Rodney Parham, one of those exits. There were several crews out there that were trying to get that ambulance unstuck, but this is only one of the structure collapses that we've seen in the area. Just the combination of snow and sleet has really been a problem for these metal structures. We also have some tips on how to keep your metal structures safe from the West Pulaski Fire Department. We'll have that later tonight in Little Rock. Catherine Rowley, THV 11 News.
Thank you, Catherine, for that update. A look at some more spots with damage. The snow and sleet causing problems with a couple metal buildings and structures, like Catherine mentioned. We showed you the roof at a Murphy gas station that collapsed earlier.
Yeah, here's a look at a couple of other buildings. They've struggled with the elements today. A pair of them on Albert Pike, some pretty major damage there. The Window Mart and Arkansas Furniture buildings out along the highway, nobody hurt, and the gas station collapsed, and we haven't heard of any other injuries with these other buildings as well.
We want to make sure you're staying safe out there. Hopefully you are staying home and not getting out in it. The most dangerous spots right now are those icy roads.
And Journey Taylor, she joins us now. She's been all over the region in Weather Force 11, safely bringing you these live looks on the roads. Journey, where are you at now?
Yeah, good evening, Rolly and Brooke. Definitely safety is key here. You don't have to get out. I say don't do it, but we've been out and about. We've been traveling all across the metro. I'm going to turn my camera where we're driving into Jacksonville at this time. This is a live look from our roof camera. This is on top of our brand new Weather Force 11. We're traveling through Jacksonville on 67, 167. You know, they've been doing a lot of that construction, so RDOT has also made their way through here, but you can see there's still certain areas along the lanes where it can be a little patchy. Our biggest concern, of course, is with the lanes being passable right now. What may happen overnight? With temperatures not going anywhere near above freezing, we may be dealing with these same conditions tomorrow. It could also be dangerous. And a lot of areas, not necessarily right here, but a lot of areas that we've traveled in, we've seen a lot of water. And what does that happen when it freezes? It turns into black ice. So if you do have to get out tonight, maybe you have to get to the hospital because you work at the hospital. You have to get somewhere that's truly important and you have to be there. Take your time. Take your time. We've seen some dangerous, crazy driving today. We don't advise it. We don't advise it at all. So if you have to get out, take your time. And of course, remember, always check iDrive before you have to get out. I now want to send it over to South Arkansas to my teammate, Carter Threet. Carter, tell me a little bit more what you're seeing over there.
Well, Journey, would definitely agree with you that driving maybe not a great idea. Now, my cameraman Nick and I were able to make it out of Whitehall today and to Pine Bluff, which is where we've been trying to go to check out the conditions, but things are still not great. For example, behind me, I don't know if you guys can see it, but there is a semi back there that's stuck. We wanted to be far away. We didn't want to be right up on them or anything, but they are stuck. So some of these city streets are not great. The interstates, though, are looking a lot better. This is some video I took earlier. Excuse our windshield wipers in it, but it's of Interstate 530, and you can see this was some of the best that it looked. In other places it was a little icier, but generally they had one lane clear pretty much that entire time. And for reference, we're driving at around 40 miles per hour in these clips. And so the interstates in this area are looking pretty good, but Pine Bluff and these sorts of areas were hit with a lot of snow that they really did not expect. And so that's kind of obviously made conditions a lot worse. We're going to continue to monitor it. Again, we were able to drive on it, but still wouldn't necessarily recommend. In Pine Bluff, I'm Carter Thweet, THV 11 News.
Thank you, Carter. Stay warm. Thankfully, Arkansas is no longer in the path of the winter storm moving east. However, it is leaving a big impact on the East Coast. Which states it will reach next?
And that major winter storm is well to the east of Arkansas. This was what radar looks like currently. We've got a weak disturbance. It'll bring a couple of snowflakes later tonight. But all the trouble is now well away from Arkansas. Improving conditions, but it is going to be cold. I'll have details after the break.
Well, a lot of you saw the storm that affected the football game up in Denver. Believe it or not, that's not a part of the massive storm that's barreled away from us, headed up towards the northeast, bringing heavy snow and treacherous ice. Hundreds of thousands of people losing power across the country.
The storm has crippled travel. Michael Yoshida has the details on this historic weather event.
A monster winter storm stretching from Texas up to Maine is causing treacherous travel conditions. More than 200 million people are under winter storm alerts, and multiple states have declared a state of emergency. In some areas like Washington, D.C., it's a dangerous mix of both snow and sleet.
It's switched over to sleet, which is going to compact the snow, make it a little bit denser, which is harder to push.
Some areas of the Northeast could see up to 2 feet of snow by Monday. New York City is expected to get over a foot.
It is brutal, it is bone-chilling, and it is dangerous.
The brutal conditions have caused stretches of interstates across the country to close. The governor of Oklahoma says some areas of his state have been slammed with 11 inches of snow so far.
We got more in a 24-hour period than we've ever had in the last, I think, like 40 years.
In other parts of the country, it's the ice and bitter cold causing serious concern. A water main break near a highway outside Charlotte, North Carolina, encasing power lines and street and ice. And in Tennessee, this woman taking a photo of her driveway and street glazed over.
Completely frozen.
The other big concern is the frigid temperatures, making it harder for crews to treat the roads.
When you get down that cold, the steel in the shocks and stuff like that, it gets brittle and you can damage the vehicles.
In Washington, I'm Michael Yoshida reporting.
Happy to report that winter storm is it's on its way out, moving away from us, but we're left with cold air. This is really phase 3. We had wave number 1 or phase 1, which was heavy precipitation, and then another wave of precipitation, and now it's very cold air. Before I move along, National Weather Service is wanting your help. They are asking you to place your snow total amounts on their Facebook page. The National Weather Service North Little Rock has a Facebook page that you can add your total. So do that for them. They would appreciate the help. All right. Let's talk about the extreme cold warning through noon Tuesday. Wind chill values -10 to -20. It's the coldest air we've had of the season. In fact, cold stretch. It's going to take us all the way into February, where temperatures will be below average. So here we have the weather impact alert days for today through Tuesday. For the extreme cold wind chill values, don't forget about your pets and don't forget about those pipes. If you stopped streaming today, then go back and stream. Keep it going. Keep that small stream going of hot and cold so that your pipes don't freeze and you have a bunch more water to clean up. Now, we're not looking at much else happening in Arkansas. Precipitation ended earlier this morning. We did have a little bit of a blast of some light precipitation out in extreme western Arkansas in southeast Oklahoma. Another weak disturbance. It's not going to provide much more in terms of accumulation. But this is the snow and ice reports map. This takes us all the way back 48 hours or so, and you've got lots of snowflakes and also sleet pellets. This was an event that mixed snow and sleet, and lots of it. It was like a cake, a layer cake. You had a layer of some light freezing rain, some sleet, some snow, then sleet on top of that, a little more snow to close things out. And so you got this frozen cake outside that is tough to drive on and weighs a lot. Lots of places getting big snow and sleet amounts. I'm going to run through these. Find your favorite location, the big winners. Mount Nebo in Yell County, Witt Springs, Searcy County, Siloam Springs, northwest Arkansas. The National Weather Service in North Little Rock picked up over 10.5 inches. Jackson County, Swifton, 9.5. Beebe picked up 8. Batesville picked up 7.5. Greers Ferry, 7 inches of snow. And you see how this is going. We're gradually dropping off, but we still have impressive snow and sleet amounts. And one more to show you here. This is Salem up in Fulton County, North Arkansas, 6.5 inches. Searcy picked up a little over 6. So it was an efficient snow and sleet producer. Now we have the dangerous cold. -10 to -20. That's what it's going to feel like all the way through noon Tuesday. Lows tonight. Let's begin here because tomorrow morning will be the coldest morning with readings dropping into the low single digits or even below 0. And then Tuesday will begin to rebound. It looks better heading into Wednesday. Temperatures will still be in the teens. During the nighttime hours, during the day Tuesday and Wednesday, we should make it above freezing, which will greatly help with the thawing process. Wind chill factor is going to be very cold, with lows feeling like teens and I should say below 0 teens and single digits. This is by Tuesday morning below 0, and Wednesday we're back above 0 in terms of the way it feels, the wind chill. Temperatures will be a little warmer, but that wind is going to make it feel colder. Afternoons ahead, let me take a step back. We're going to keep below average temperatures all the way through the next 10 days. Highs are only expected to make it into the 30s this week. And then as we look ahead, we've got another shot of really cold stuff coming up late week, next weekend of the weekend, and then temperatures back in the 40s by the following week. So the coldest air of the season so far coming in and staying a while. Tonight we'll drop to around 5. We'll have some clouds early, then clearing skies. 25 tomorrow. We'll further see a thaw during the day with readings tomorrow afternoon in the mid-20s. I want to deal with a clicker, but here you go. 7-day forecast. Weather impact alert days Monday and Tuesday. We'll keep it in the 30s for the rest of the week. Fingers crossed we'll get above freezing for a few days, and that'll help melt everything off. Guys, back to you.
Man, 5 degrees, Tom. Thanks. After the break, one last live look at the roads from Weather Force 11 across the area.
So here you are. Maybe you haven't got that call yet from the boss or from the school district, and you're wondering, do I need to go out there tomorrow? What do the roads look like? Well, you're among thousands of Arkansans asking that question, and I think we can maybe get you an answer.
Journey Taylor has that answer for us. She's been out in Weather Force 11 quite literally all day. Journey, what are you guys seeing out there on the roads right now?
Yeah, listen, if you need your boss to give me a call, tell him, just call Journey Taylor. Call Journey Taylor. My vote, let them stay home. I wish we all could just stay home, but I'm more than happy. We're more than happy to be out here looking at the roads for you. I'm going to turn my camera around as we're coming into I-30 and headed into downtown Little Rock. And I want to give you guys a look at what it looks like. I'm having some small technical difficulties, but here we go. All right, as we come into downtown Little Rock, the roads are okay. The concern, however, though, is the slush, is the water that's been left behind from us clearing the roads, kind of creating puddles. And with the temperatures dropping as low as they will tonight, the big concern, of course, is black ice, that refreezing. And so I don't know. I don't know about going to work in the morning. I think that would be the biggest concern. But I know RDOT has made several posts this week, several posts in the last couple days about the work that they will be doing to rework the work that Mother Nature has undone, you know? And so they do have plans to work throughout the night into tomorrow. As soon as we have another update, we'll bring it to you later on tonight. In the meantime, we have a final look at weather. We'll see you right after this break.
Well, if it wasn't for temperatures that would be really good golf scores, we'd be getting back to normal at this point.
No,
right?
a snowman is not a good golf score, is
No.
it? An 8? Yeah.
You had a 5 out
I
there.
had a
That's a
5.
good par.
Well, for me that's good, and the snowman would be good for me on any day, but that's not good for temperatures because what's going to happen is temperatures will plummet tonight. If we had any melting, it refreezes, black ice tomorrow. We replay this. We've done this before with systems in the past. It is going to warm up, but at night it all refreezes.
Plenty more updates to come your way later on tonight at 10. Thanks for joining us. 60 Minutes is next.